タンタンタンタンタンタンフェラスウィールなんちゃって数年間この企画ずっと待ってましたよ。もうどうせなら長期動画にするつもりだったんだけど、結局最近になって、最近の時代はやっぱりなんかショート動画とか生配信でよく、こういうような披露動画は大体配信に限るような時代になってしまったので、今回は改めて生配信として披露させてなんか一気に、そして何も遠慮することなく一気に披露させていただきたいと思いますので、改めてよろしくお願いいたします。お疲れや勝つカレー、カレーなるカレー。自分の大好きなことによる楽しさを全世界に広めていきたいっていう超絶元気な日本人 YouTuber、その名もアメニキでーす。で、今回ずーっと長年、先ほど言ったようにずーっと長年楽しみに待ち続けて、なんかずーっと計画したくて死ぬほど待ち続けていたこの企画、ぷよぷよタイトルベストワースト5選の披露配信をさせていただきたいと思います。で、共に実況してくれるので、そんな意見を交わしながら共に実況してくれるのはこちらのインドネシアの YouTuber のパオくん、通称なんじゃって、それは通称なんでPaoRUSH 2000通称パオくんで一緒にちょっと日本語と英語で交わしながらなんか自分が改めて決めたベストぷよぷよシリーズベストワーストの5選を改めて解説していきたいと思います。まずちょっと配信を実施する前に一旦開始する前にちょっとまずなんかルールとかについて改めて解説させていただきたいと思います。まずねぷよぷよのタイトルが関わってるわけなので、このリストの対象となるためにはなんかリストの対象として、原作となっている魔導物語とか、あと海外で発売された海外のソニックのテレビ番組の中心となっているミンビンマシーンとかカービーズアバランチとかは対象外となっておりますので、あらかじめご了承いただければ幸いです。つまり対象となっているのはぷよぷよと名乗るぷよぷよと題する作品のみということなので、もちろんぷよぷよシリーズもコンパイル時代もセガソニックチームから売却された時以来のぷよぷよシリーズも全部全部対象として一気にベストワーストを決めていきたいと思います。まずはどんな流れでやろうかというと、まずはちょっとワースト作品の方から理由問題点の解説、ちょっと各作品の総合的な解説をして、でその後は問題点と両点を順番に一気にまとめていきたいというふうに思っております。でそれが終わったらベスト作品5選から解説して、両点から問題点っていう順番でやって、で最後は対象外というわけじゃなくてもベストワーストに加われることのない加われることはできなかったっていう作品を一作ずつ問題点両点をまとめて発表していきたいなというふうに思っておりますので、あらかじめご了承のほどよろしくお願いいたします。はい、というわけで解説はこれで以上となりますので、早速、英語の説明をやってもらったら、一気に披露動画一旦開始したいと思います。Hey guys, お疲れや勝つカレー、カレーなるカレー。How's it going, everybody? This event I have been waiting to do for such a long time, and I am surprised that not a lot of people have done this before, but today we are doing the one and only, the anticipated Puyo Puyo topic for a discussion stream. Our picks for the top 5 best and worst Puyo Puyo games of the entire franchise. Now, with that being said, going forward, here's how I'd like to start off by talking about how we're going to do this. So, first off, I'd like to point out some ground rules that we're going to be doing for this particular stream. So, as it is a top 5 best and worst Puyo Puyo games list, just keep in mind that just because that they're on the best list, that certain titles are going to be on the best list, or if they're going to be on the worst list, We do not want that to affect your opinion on said title. If you like a particular game that happens to be on the worst list, you have our absolute 100% full respect, and we do not disagree whatsoever. I think it's great to have your own personal opinion. And if a game that you don't like is on the best list, I mean, that's totally fine too. If you have a different opinion, that actually makes you more unique, and that's a good thing. But just to make sure, let's make sure, like, just to keep an established rule setting, even though our opinions may differ on certain titles or certain subject matters, let's just make sure that we all respect one another. That goes for everybody. That goes for me, that goes for Pao, that goes for every single person on the planet. And as far as the order goes, we're going to start off with our picks for the worst list. And we're going to do, like, each of them, like, from rank 5, like, from 5th worst, 4th worst, 3rd, 2nd, and then the worst of them all, at least in our opinion. And then we'll head on to the best list and start with their points from there. Now, for worst list, it's going to be starting with their basic description, as well as why it's on the worst list, and what their good points are. As a reviewer, I think it's best criticism to talk about both their good points as well as their subpar points, regardless of whether they're on the best or the worst list. And now, just because it is on the worst list, it doesn't automatically mean that these games are considered bad. Trust me, for the Puyo Puyo series, it is extremely rare. Compile or Sega has never made a bad Puyo Puyo game. Not once. Like, and they have a good standard for good quality. They have a strong standard for good quality gaming, and Puyo Puyo is very hard to mess up. It's just our own little personal opinion, and the only reason why they are on the worst list is mainly because of the qualities in comparison to the majority of the others. It doesn't make it bad, it's just worth pointing out. So with that being said, let's go ahead and introduce our co-op streamer here. He is Papa Pao-kun, PaoRUSH 2000. Go ahead, Pao.
Self-proclaimed himself as an Indonesian pro Puyo Puyo player, because I am an Indonesian Puyo Puyo pro player.
Darn right.
I might be the only pro Puyo Puyo player of Indonesia.
Even so, you're still an awesome player regardless. So how do you feel about tonight's review, eh?
That is a good question. Honestly, it could be anything. Now, a little bit disclaimer for all of you guys. Even though I'm a self-proclaimed Puyo Pro player, I'm not familiar with the classical Puyo Puyo games, because my history with Puyo Puyo is that I started Puyo Puyo since Puyo Puyo Fever, and I played it on the DS. But then at one time I streamed Puyo Puyo Sun, which was something else to experience.
There we go. That's okay. I mean, you're more familiar with like the Sega Sonic, the Puyo Puyo series when it ended up getting sold over to Sega and Sonic Team.
Yes, you told me all the story, and I'm all caught up.
Yeah. Yeah, and most likely, considering what we have going on for our list right now, we are most likely going to do a little backstory on, like, how the Puyo Puyo series came to be to this date, and what it used to be back then in the 90s.
Yes.
From its very brick in 1989. So with that being said, you guys ready for this?
Oh, I'm ready. My body is ready!
Arama! So with that being said, let's go ahead and start off with the worst list. Now, keep in mind when I say that just because it's on the worst list, it doesn't automatically make it a bad title. It doesn't automatically make it completely flawed. So you guys ready? And the reason why this took so much time is because the way I formatted this out, whoo boy, it's very interesting. So each of the parts of the list will show like gameplay videos that were taken from. I will say that I did get the help from a lot of YouTube players. Of course, they were also being credited for it. But I also did edits to make sure, to give them a nice little cool presentation for when we introduce each of the games and why they're good or what parts are subpar. I did the editing, and then the other guys did the video contents themselves.
I see.
So you guys ready? Boy, I'm excited.
Let's go.
All right, so let's start with pick number 5. So coming at number 5 on the worst list is Puyo Puyo Tetris. I know, folks. This is not a bad game. Again, just because it's on the list, it doesn't automatically make it a bad game, but I've got my reasons for... I put a lot of thought into this list when I started making it and designing this when I was in college. But if you're gonna pull my arm, though, when compared to the rest of the series, though, it's still good, but I have never really seen so much mixed reception for a Puyo Puyo game, let alone a collaboration, for a while. Gosh. And yeah, Finette, I actually had plans on making it a long video, but I decided to make it a stream for, mainly to fit with the generation. Just to try it out. I mean, I could also make a full-length video version of this as well. I just like to give this a little tryout as well, since this is my very first time actually going into, the full review aspect. So, Puyo Puyo Tetris. This game was originally released in February 6, 2014 on the Nintendo 3DS as a collaboration with the globally beloved Russian action puzzle game franchise Tetris.
Yes.
And this is the biggest game that was released in the Puyo Puyo franchise since 20th anniversary and Puyo Quest was released. And I gotta say, it is good. The graphics are nice. They've really had some good updates with the formatting and everything, but the reason why it's on the worst list, though, is mainly the balance between both of the modes, both Puyo Puyo and Tetris, is a little... I wouldn't say bad. It's not the most structurally balanced, you know?
Yeah.
There seems to be a little bit almost to the point where it's kind of not fair. Either Puyo against Tetris, it's not really exactly fair because of the combo chains and everything, and the system that they did for Tetris. That's mainly why. And yeah. For the worst list and the best list, I actually looked up a lot of critical responses in Japan, and this game's reception was very, very mixed. Very mixed. Not really just, of course on the fact that it's a collaboration between Puyo Puyo and Tetris, but, how, that would carry off and if it would work as well. But they did do a good job of mixing the two worlds into one and adding a story mode around that. And the cutscenes are fun. The cutscenes are good. What do you think about the game, Pao?
The game is great, the graphics are nice. Yeah, I gotta agree with Ami here. It's because the problem is that it's a most likely disadvantage for Tetris player, which most likely, Tetris player have a, because Tetris player basically, if Tetris player plays against, Puyo players, yeah, basically, Puyo players have, better, power than Tetris, because if you're playing Tetris, the way to outsmart Puyo players is that Tetris player needs speed rather than power. They need speed.
Yeah. So yeah, in order to outsmart or outwit a Puyo player with Tetris, you would have to be a lot faster, and you would have to come up with some cunning skills in order to parry an oncoming chain. So I wouldn't exactly say that's fair for Tetris players. But that's probably why I wasn't as familiar and well-rounded on Tetris as I am in Puyo. I mean, I've been playing since 2nd grade, so... so, can't blame. But yeah, I mean, from a Tetris standpoint, yeah, it's definitely a disadvantage from a Tetris standpoint, but also coming from a Puyo Puyo standpoint, as a Puyo Puyo game, it doesn't exactly do a lot of justice either. Like, in comparison to, like, say, 20th anniversary, well, then again, this is more focused... Then again, to be fair, this is more focused on establishing a collaboration with with the nationally popular Japanese puzzle game and the globally acclaimed Russian puzzle game to make a nice little unique combination, which 100% bonus points for originality, there's no doubt, and for creating the characters that fit the Tetris atmosphere. But as a Puyo Puyo game, however, it kind of drops from the standards on its rule selection. There's very little selection of rules to play in. Like, we don't have there's Puyo Fever, the Puyo Puyo Sun, limited Puyo 2 capabilities.
Yeah.
I mean, it's mostly Puyo 2. I mean, we don't really get, like... I mean, there's Big Bang, but Fever's not in it. We don't have...
Well, yeah. Kind of, yeah, Big Bang is kind of like a... Basically, you can kind of say like a... Like, it's basically like Infinite Fever, but a mix of like Fever for Puyo Puyo and, I don't know, wait, I believe I forgot what's the fever called in Tetris again. I don't remember.
Big Bang?
A mix of that. Yeah, Big Bang.
Yeah, Big Bang is basically the equivalent. Oh, Takeru-san! Hisashiburi! 会いに来てくれて嬉しいよ! How you doing? But yeah, in Puyo Puyo Tetris, I remember specifically, it's Big Bang that basically replaced Fever in the game. And yeah, the other parts I'd like to mention is that the online online National Puzzle League, and then when Puyo Puyo Tetris S came in 2017, the Global Puzzle League was kind of buggy. Like, not 100%, but there were a lot of problems that were going on with, like, the rating system for, like how far you would go high in ratings depending on how well you play, as well as the matching for each of the characters and the players that you're going against. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of whack. Not kinda, it's really whack.
Yeah, and Puyo Puyo Tetris S did a good job in fixing those, but they were definitely more apparent when the 3DS version came out.
That's correct.
3 years, and then they actually made it a much better. They actually put it on much better standing. お久しぶりです。Long time no see. ほんまに久しぶりだな。数ヶ月っていうか1年間も経ってたんだもんね。And the other thing I'd like to mention is, you notice how the animations are kind of small scale in comparison to, like, 20th anniversary? You know, like, yeah, tell me your input, yeah.
Well, I would honestly, let's see. Wait, to which anniversary?
You know, like all the Puyo Puyo games from Fever and so on, they would have, like, each of the characters would have their own little animations, like,
yeah.
大野球とブレインダムと10ゲームバイオエン and
yeah, it's basically like now it became like it minimizes to like let's see, like this for example, it shows like a screen like box animation kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not like our like standard original like just the whole screen that has that one character in it.
Yeah, so basically the animations in Puyo Puyo Tetris are a lot more small scale, and a lot of the body animations that they do for him are very repetitive. Like, they're different attacks with different effects, obviously, but the poses are almost very similar, to the point where it's like, I get you're trying to get us to focus on more of the match for the sake of competitive battles, but from a Puyo perspective, it's kind of small, you know? It doesn't seem very exciting. You see, that's why I did, like, some of the cuts for, like, each of the videos on the top left. You notice how I zoomed into Shezo's? Because that's actually a prime example of the animations that were done in Puyo Puyo Tetris. Yeah, they're a lot more small-scaled, narrowly concentrated, and very repetitive body movements. Like, I get it, but it's not very... I wouldn't say
Not,
bad.
not very appealing.
It's not as appealing as the original Puyo standards, you know, would usually do.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as that goes, though, in terms of, like, as a game as itself, Puyo Puyo Tetris, I and a lot of reviewers would highly recommend this game if you're playing it on a casual level. If you're completely new to the Puyo Puyo series, maybe new into Tetris, or just want to play the Tetris, or play, you know, just casually play Puyo Puyo, then this game is for you. Then this game will be for you. But if you're going into it on a professional Puyo Puyo standpoint, you're most likely going to have mixed receptions. That's really what I have to say. So, have anything to add to that?
Yeah, honestly, from my own standpoint, like, yeah, this basically for, like, yeah, it kind of like for beginners Puyo Puyo game, but also like it's also like a good, kind of like semi quote-unquote good way for Puyo Puyo players to basically start on Tetris kind of concept, but I'm not too sure if that works either, though.
Yeah, definitely more geared towards casual players. It's kind of divided on whether it wants to be, like, it's obviously Puyo Puyo format, but the balance between Puyo Puyo and Tetris, as a game and as an environment, it's just kind of off, you know? Like, yeah. Tetris is just thrown in there with original Puyo Puyo characters. And
yeah, and with Puyo Puyo style, like, Puyo Puyo style character, like, designs.
Yeah. And these are also in-game original characters. They're not brought from, like, other Tetris titles. They're completely in-game original. To represent...
because Tetris doesn't have their own, like, original, like, character, like T, O's, and then J and L.
Zs.
No.
No, I mean, that doesn't change the fact that they're still good characters.
Yeah.
But yeah, to sum up, like, why it's on this list, like, it's a good game, and I highly recommend it for people that are, that would want to play one of the games casually, or enjoy it as just enjoy it as, like, a, general player. But as a Puyo fan, if you're going into it as a Puyo fan, especially if you come from the compile age like me, you're most likely gonna get mixed results.
Yeah.
That's basically what. But yeah, it's good. But if you were to pull my arm, though, as a Puyo Puyo game, I unfortunately had to put this. It's unfortunately on the bottom of my worst list by default, like in comparison to the other games. By default, it's on here. It got better later on. 3 years later with Puyo Puyo Tetris S in terms of like gameplay. In terms of gameplay, we got Puyo Puyo Tetris 2. And the online functionalities are really good. Online functionalities are a lot better, but yeah, it's on this list by default. So with that said, let's talk about what's good about it. So that's what I like to do for this particular list. For the worst list, we're going to talk about why it's on the list, but then finish off with why it's good. Now, what's good about it is it's very easy to play. It's easy on the stick. It's very smooth. It's easy on the controls. It's smooth. You don't have to worry about stiff controls. The animation is the animation obviously fits Puyo Puyo standards, and the backgrounds really scream the flair. And they're gorgeous, right?
Yeah. Basically eye candy background. Candy.
Yeah. It's eye candy. It is pure eye candy. And I would also like to say, yeah, also the soundtrack. Let's not forget the soundtrack.
Yes, the BGM is absolutely what makes any type of game special. The music. It always comes down to the music. That is very important.
Yes. Especially for Puyo Puyo, because the very spirit of the Puyo Puyo games is not only enjoying this company of the characters, but for when you're playing Puyo Puyo, to establish that whole high tension and happy spirit that you do in playing the game. Because that's literally the whole environment behind, the whole spirit behind Puyo Puyo in the first place. High tension, great energy, incredible power. And the BGM is the music and the soundtrack is the most vital to Puyo Puyo. And Tetris does not fail. Puyo Puyo Tetris does not fail. It also includes like a lot of the new original songs that fit the standard. Like it has a very good remix of the original, like a remix of the Tetris theme, aka the Russian March theme.
Indeed.
But it also does have some. It also does have some like old, you know, songs from older games too. And it is good. And then there's the voice acting. The original cast from the modern Puyo Puyo games are still there, and they do not fail. They still do a fantastic job as each of the characters, particularly Arl, Amity, Rafina. Let's see, Arl, Amity, Rafina, T, and the Tetris original characters. They are very charming.
Very amazing.
Yeah, each of the characters have their own... Each of the characters, as a Puyo Puyo game, they're very expressive. They have their own little quirks on what make them unique, their flaws, what makes them good. And it really doesn't... Like, it really doesn't try straining too hard on them, and they don't leave them out of left field either. They're given good enough character development for the T characters. I mean, for Puyo Puyo, like, the majority of us already know what their background is because of how much of an icon it is in Japan. Like, how it is a cult classic here. But
yeah, this whole game is basically introducing the new characters, like, for the Tetris concept.
Yeah. And they do a good job of setting that up, too. Like, T is the captain of the Tetogol. We've got J, what was it, J? No, that's not J. J and L. J and L, the mischievous twins on the ship. They're funny.
And yeah, most people online are very toxic using those two characters.
Oh my god. Eru no sei da, J no sei da. And then there's I, the engineer. The dog the humanoid dog character.
Yes.
Definitely a service for dog fans. And then there's S, like the whole pish, the pish posh spoiled, bratty girl type character that you would see in like a lot of shonen or like maybe potential shoujo anime.
Yeah.
But she's not really all she's not really all like brash tone and bad language. She actually does have like 3-dimension, like her relationship between her father, like her father's spirit, which is literally embodied in Zet. And the bond and friendship, and the bond and, the father-daughter bond that they have between each other, it's very sweet. You remember those scenes?
Yes. Just be sure to not say that that's not her father. Don't say that.
That's not what?
Just don't say that Zed is not as father. Don't say that in front
of
her. She will snap.
Yeah, she'll snap not only her umbrella, but she'll snap your... Ooh, boy. She'll snap your Tetraminos, if you know what I mean.
Ooh, you do not want to do that.
But yeah, that's just an example of how well-written the characters are in this game. Yeah, the characters are great. The characters are great. The voice acting is superb. The characters are fun. We've got... And in terms of, like, story, why the two worlds are brought together, it's interesting. Like, it's not just some random phenomenon caused, like, by characters like Ekolo. And that's another thing, too. Satan and Ekolo are not the bad guys this time. They're not the ones responsible. In fact, they actually demonstrate their good partnerships together. And that's another thing, too. The chemistry between the Puyo characters and the Puyo Tetris characters, individually and as crossbreeds of cross versions of each other. They give us... It's just so fun to watch. They give us a very enjoyable viewing experience. Like, for example, like Risukuma Senpai and I, as they're both scientists at heart, their chemistry is perfect.
Yeah, both of them are basically, what did you say again? It's like, same mind, think alike.
Yeah, great minds think alike. That's literally the
great minds think
definition.
alike.
Yeah, that's literally the
Yes.
definition. Go ahead.
Great minds think alike.
Great minds think alike. That's literally the That's literally the best explanation you can do for Ritsukuma Senpai and I. And then there's potential bonding. There's the potentiality in the relationship between T and Ringo. Like, not just as friends. They've developed enough time together. Like, it's not like exactly romantic, but it's to the point where when they have to separate in the end later, it's very bittersweet.
Yeah.
It kind of leaves you. It's one of those little friendships that leaves traces in your mind when it ends.
Yeah.
And the ending too, not to mention. Like, instead of having like a big super final boss, like whether it's Satan, Ekolo, you literally have to have Ringo snap T out of his senses to fulfilling X's place to stop guard the dimensional gate for the rest of his life.
Yes.
That's a unique twist.
Very unique.
Like,
but also, there's one unique thing in the middle of the story where AmeNiki was training in like some sort of like a hyperbolic time chamber kind of thing. We know a hint of AmeNiki has a crush on Sig.
Yeah, that's been established. Like, high rumors. Got it. Yeah, oh yeah, basically the Puyo Puyo chain of memories is what I like to call it. Because literally what shows up is the images of like their memories in their past. Like how for Ringo, the first thing that came to mind was her phobia, Yu-chan and Daikun.
Yeah, the phantom phobia.
Yeah, she's got total phantom phobia, and we get to see that again since 20th anniversary.
Absolutely.
And let's not forget the chemistry between Satan and Ekolo. If you've seen 20th anniversary, you know how it goes. Whoa, sorry about that. Something happened with the chat box on my end. Alright, 1 second. Let me get the chat box back up. But yeah, what do you think out of all of the characters is like 1A the best and has the best, and what pair do you think has the best chemistry, like on-screen and physical chemistry? Mostly on-screen.
Mostly on-screen. I would honestly say... Oh yeah, we also did not talk about AmeNiki and S, those two.
Oh yeah. Also, Ultra Cult says, let's see, Ekolo, my beloved, we love the twins here. Hisashiburi desu, there's Fever. Yeah. All these parts of the stream are really well made. Awesome work on these. Thanks, Ultra Cult. Now, Pao, it's your turn.
Alright, so, yeah, we completely forgot to mention about, basically the back and forth, like, interaction with AmeNiki and S, basically, S is being like complete tsundere, you can kind of say.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, AmeNiki, yeah,
AmeNiki
like
and S.
Yeah, AmeNiki and S. Basically, like S is being like quote unquote like tsundere against AmeNiki.
Yeah, that tsundere is accurate.
Yeah, it's kind of cute though, but honestly, I would have to say a good chemistry and like a interaction kind of thing, I would say the scientist duo.
Oh my god, yeah, they were really it was a very wholesome chemistry, I mean, yeah, we already said like great mites think alike.
Yes.
And that's, yeah, again, voice acting's very well done. And also, this is the very first game in the franchise to introduce the replay function.
Oh, yeah.
Up until now, that actually wasn't a thing in Puyo Puyo. Well, technically that's not true. I think they did use it in Puyo Puyo Fever 2. Yeah, they actually did have a replay function in Puyo Puyo Fever 2, so... It wasn't established as like a 100% new official standard until this game. It has been used in older Puyo Puyo games, but Tetris is the one that officially established it as a requirement. T used to be my favorite, and so did Lemris too. Both cool. Oh my god. Both great characters. But yeah, other than that, yeah, Puyo Puyo Tetris, to sum it up, Puyo Puyo Tetris is a great game filled with rich characters, good nostalgia from the original Puyo Puyo franchise, both Mado and Fever. It also does a great job at introducing the Tetris original characters. Great story, very original, good pacing, fantastic controls, very good voice acting, beautiful visuals. It's just that the balance between Puyo Puyo Tetris, the balance between both modes, Puyo Puyo and Tetris, are very underdeveloped. It's not really fair from a Tetris perspective, and some Puyo Puyo fans will come in disappointed knowing that there's not enough game modes to fill the standard.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to get a win. It's just one of those games that's kind of hard to get a win-win between which one that the game's going for. If it's going more for Tetris or if it's going more for Puyo Puyo.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, as I've said before, if you're playing Tetris, you're gonna need more speed because of damage scaling between Tetris and Puyo Puyo is way different. If you're a Puyo Puyo player, you can just chain off like 7 to 8 chain, then you will need like complete speed and critical thinking if you're playing Tetris.
Yeah. So that's mainly the reason why it's on the bottom of the worst list. I mean, after looking at all of the games up to date and counting all of their best qualities, again, it's only on this list by default. I mean, there's really no other contest. Like, it's really not really much of a contest. I mean, especially with Puyo Puyo Tetris, like Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 fixing a lot, like, retelling a lot of the old story, and fixing some, doing a lot better fixings, that were considered problems of the original game. It's kind of hard to, it's only on here by default. But like I said, just as part of the regulations, just because a game's on the worst list, it doesn't automatically mean it's bad. It doesn't automatically mean it's bad, and we do not want this to affect your opinion on the game. This is just our little personal opinion, from a fan's perspective. And that's actually the reason why I want to do this, is to share our opinions with one another. Because this has never been done before. Now, with that being said, let's head on to now coming up at number 4 is Puyo Puyo Box. Oh, man, that hurt. I wanted to avoid putting this game on the worst list as much as possible. I did not want this to be on my list. This does not deserve to be on the worst list. But, God! I love this game. So, backstory. Puyo Puyo Box is a compilation game that was released by Compile in December 21st, 2000, at the beginning of the 21st century. It was the very last game it was the absolute one and only, very, very, very last title to be produced and released by Compile before they shut down in 2001. So, Pao and I have already talked about this, like, in previous conversations before, but for those of you who aren't familiar with, like, the backstory of Puyo Puyo, here's a general description. So, in 1989, the series started off as a dungeon-crawling RPG series by Mado Monogatari, which was made by Compile, a gaming company over in Hiroshima, that was known for creating simplistic stories, but unfortunately they had very horrible luck with commercial sales and making a profit out of them. So, but the most iconic and the most popular out of them was Mado Monogatari, mainly for the rich characters, original features and everything. And it was to the point where after the popularity of Tetris started going out, Compile decided to release a potential spin-off game with all the characters in, and it ended up becoming a national phenomenon, thus creating the Puyo Puyo series that we know today. They have made great games, and Puyo Puyo 1 and Puyo Puyo 2 were amazing hits. Like, quality games, and they really redefined the generation of national icon games and what was considered very popular at the time. But unfortunately, as well received as they were, Compile's unfortunate bad luck on commercial successes, it started taking another hit in Puyo Puyo Sun. And it was getting to the point where Compile was losing so much money that they couldn't afford to make any grander scale games. So in 1998, after the release of Puyo Puyo Sun, Compile had no choice but to declare bankruptcy and sell all of the rights over to Sega for future productions of the game. But they were given a reproduction. They were actually given a reproduction period by Sega in order and some additional budget funds in order to produce more games. So Compile on this response created a series created a series of games to help potentially recoup their losses in the late 1990s. Those games were Madou Monogatari for the Sega Saturn, Puyo Puyon, let's see, Puyo Puyo Da, which is a rhythm-based Puyo Puyo game. Waku Waku Puyo Puyo Dungeon, Waku Waku Puyo Puyo Dungeon Ketteban. And that's about it, but unfortunately, all of them were unfortunate financial disasters, which really sucks because Madou Monogatari, whoo boy. That is one of the absolute best video games I've ever played, and it's one of my number 9 on my top 10 favorites. It's that good. But unfortunately, Compile went through a Banji Kyusu, and all of their efforts have been exhausted. So, as a result, they officially decided that they're going to shut down, and they decided to create as a commemoration, as a thank you to all of the beloved fans for enjoying Madou Monogatari and Puyo Puyo. They decided to create this game, which is a celebratorial compilation game featuring the Mega Drive releases of Puyo Puyo, Puyo Puyo 2, another additional multiplayer Puyo Puyo game that has a traditional Japanese aesthetic in the background, which I think is very cool, and especially done in the graphics of Puyo Puyo 2. And it also includes a RPG story mode where you get to play as Arl in a very Dragon Quest-inspired open-world RPG. And I would have to say that's definitely one of the highlights of it. That's definitely one of the biggest highlights of the game. And the number one big one as well is what's called Gochamate Puyo Puyo. What it does is it brings all the characters that were used from Puyo Puyo 1 all the way up to Puyo Puyon until 1999, and all of the characters are actually brought back to life in the character tone, style, and animation from Puyo Puyo 2, which is very, very cool. Fans who will look at this will really appreciate it, let me just tell ya. And with that being said, let's go ahead and talk. Let me just say as well, I really wanted to avoid putting this on my worst list as much as possible. I really, 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 really wanted to. Like, it's not really just the fact that this is one of the video games that I played the most on PlayStation when I was a kid. And I enjoyed it again and again and again and again and again. Like, as one of my personal favorite games to play is, like, you know, get it home from school, hop on the PlayStation and this would be one of the games I played. Now, unfortunately, that is where my nostalgia is going to have to cut right now, because while this game is extremely nostalgic to me, it unfortunately has qualities that warrant putting it on my worst list. God, that hurts. So yeah, Pao, are you familiar with this game?
Yes, I've been in your stream for this game specific, for that one specific scene, as you could pretty much see from the bad qualities of the number 5.
やってきたぞ。ラスボスの扉がコンセントって。てか説明がわからんぞ。
いや、これから説明するよ。 You know what?
Uh,
Yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry, might as well. そうだな、説明がね、ぷよぷよボクサーは昔、ぷよぷよボクサーはどっちかっていうと、昔ながら高校時代からずっとやるのが大好きなんで、ぷよぷよの中で一番好きだと言われるほど言われるほど居心地が良かったんだけど、ご覧になっている、残念ながらさ、ご覧になってる問題点を見て振り返ってみたらさ、いくら懐かしく振り返ったって、お気に入りな作品なのにさ、あんなにお気に入りな作品なのにさ、ワーストリストに入る対象となってしまったことは非常に心苦しいんだけど、これは仕方なく、改めて説明させていただければというふうに思っております。まずはちょっと問題点の方から、問題点の方からを視点として、で、それから、魅力となっている要点に移りたいなというふうに思っておりますので、よろしくお願いいたします。ぷよぷよよりテトリスじゃん。いやー、ぷよぷよよりテトリスじゃ、ぷよぷよの雰囲気の方が強いんだけど、ただテトリスの方がちょっと不利になってるんじゃないかなっていうのが、ぷよテトの問題点だと思うね。But yeah, so, yeah, from a video game's perspective, this game's controls are very stiff. It is very hard to control. And I will give Compile credits that this game must have not been easy to make, especially considering that this was most likely made on like what, an 1,000, 2,000 yen budget potentially. But that being said, that does not excuse the fact that the controls are very stiff, and the audio that comes from Arl. Oh boy. It's not good. It's very broken. The sound effects, like the only voices that we got in this game are from Arl, but it's very scattered. Like, have you ever heard gameplay videos of this?
Yeah, I did, and oh my god, as you said, audio quality was beyond unbearable.
Yeah, that was definitely a miss. That was definitely poor audio quality. It's not saying that the music wasn't good. The music, I love the arrangement that they did for the music in this game. It really stands strong. It really holds and ties to the spirit of the original franchise, which we will get later on. But right now we need to talk about why it's on this list. So, yeah. Very stiff controls. The audio is really bad, like, in terms of, like, Arl's voice. And then there's, like, the parts of the story. I love the RPG story in this game. We'll talk about the good parts later, but unfortunately, when I looked up at a lot of reviews, a lot of Puyo Puyo fans at the time were very angered by how Shezo was treated in the story. So you guys know Shezo's backstory? Before I go further?
Yeah, we all do.
Okay, good. But yeah, just, like, the way they treated him in this game is that he starts, like, he's obviously the arrogant, the very self-absorbed and arrogant Wizard of Darkness that we all know and love, that is completely careless with his choice of words that leads to the most iconic gag in all of the franchise. Oh my god! Hoshi!
The innuendos that comes out of it is by far beyond innuendo.
Well, then again, that's the most iconic gag in the entire franchise. If it wouldn't be Puyo Puyo without it. それよりマリパーのドッスンパズルとかマジカルドロップも好きだぞ。おー、好きなんだ。マリポはまだやったことないんですけど、ドッスンパズルはドッスンって言って、ドッスンって言われたらマリオキャラクターを思い出しちゃってね、思い出しちゃってて楽しそうだな。マジカルドロップもどんな感じなのかな。ぷよぷよボックスはやったことある？ But yeah, so in this game, however, the way they treat Shezo, it's like he's still got the arrogant personality and everything that makes him good, but how they treat him is that he is treated as basically as his character arc is that he is a ruffian that pillages food and water from villages, sleeps on a bridge, and lives in a cave, and is on the brink of starvation. Now, it has been rumored since Puyo Puyo Sun and some parts of Mado Monogatari that Shezo does live in a cave, but some fans weren't exactly too keen on the whole idea of him officially living in a cave. I mean, my guess is that, you know, because it was featured in Puyo Puyo Sun, they wanted to maybe Compile was trying to be a little bit more consistent and establish like another personality and side of Shezo, which was established later on in 20th Anniversary that he does. I mean, it is established later on in 20th that he does prefer living in the cave for the silence and the tranquility that it shows. But not a lot of fans were keen on the idea at first. And they didn't really like, a lot of fans didn't really like the fact that he had to go as far as like pillage people, like go into town, steal food and water, and living to the states of a bum. And the antics that were involved here is that after completing the first dungeon, Arl basically received a cup of tea that she got from defeating Skeleton Tea, and Shezo was blocking her way in order to get to the next village. So she had to figure out some sort of way to get past him. And she tried, and I will admit, it is funny. It is kind of funny. But how it's done is that Arl tries feeding him the tea slowly and gently by, you know, grabbing his hand, you know, pulling it up towards her chest to where he can drink, he can drink the tea. But she accidentally trips and splashes it all over his face. And keep in mind, it's super hot tea.
It's gotta be burning.
Yeah, and that obviously, as you can see in the gameplay video that I assembled right here, which, by the way, is 100% my own gameplay.
Yeah, we can all see that Seizo is by far getting clowned.
Yeah, he's completely clowned in this game. I mean, we all love to clown Shezo. That's his trademark. He's not his complete and total carelessness for his choice of words. And his arrogant, cocky, self-absorbed personality is what leads him to a lot of comical shenanigans. Actually makes him that's the charm that makes him a very fun character to watch. That's why he's so popular. And how it happens is, you know, the tea completely splashes right all over his face, and he ends up knocking himself right into the lake and gets taken away by the tide, and then fished out by a local elderly fisherman. And he spends pretty much the rest of the time in the game with all of his clothes hung up on a drying rope, and he's in his tigi weegies, I guess you can say. I was gonna say whitey tidies, but considering his name's Shezoweegi, I guess you can say it's his tigi weegies. So yeah, you actually get to fight him while he's naked later on in the story. It's funny. It's funny, but fans weren't exactly too keen on his setup.
Yeah.
And then there's I cannot excuse this. This is another thing that unfortunately warranted the game from putting on the list. I really wish they did not put this in this game. Compile did not need to put this scene in the story mode, in the conclusion to their story mode. But as you see in the gameplay video, when it comes up. So Arl collects all of the 6 medals on her journey. She takes it over to the Tower of Happiness to see what's, you know, obviously the merchant who is obviously Satan in a terrible disguise tells her to do, which is go to the tower in order to find and you will find happiness. That's literally the purpose of the game. Arl stops her in her tracks to say, I will not there's no way I'm gonna let you get anywhere near this plug. And then when you zoom out, it turns out that she tried putting the medals onto the 6 golden medals onto the door.
The gate, it won't open.
It won't open. And then when you zoom out, it turns out the reason why it wasn't open is because It was plugged into a...
power.
It was plugged into a fucking electrical outlet.
A freaking power outlet.
A freaking electrical outlet! Why?
I roll.
No! No, 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 no! ざけんなマジで。コンセントで、なんか、ラスボスの扉がコンセントからなんか、ラスボスの扉がコンセントを外してて、入れないっていうことは、マジざけんなよ。バカすぎるよ。もう、ざけんなよ、もう。
Insert the slap head meme. That.
That's the... No! Puyo Puyo is... Compile can do better. Even, I don't care if they were on a budget. I mean, if you were on a limited budget, but Compile can do better than that. Like, this is Puyo Puyo. That's too stupid. That is the kind of joke that's just way too stupid for Puyo Puyo standards. I mean, look, right there.
You can see right
Right
here.
there. See, it's not plugged into an electrical outlet. Why?
You can
Why?
see this absolute shenanigan happening that it just defeats the loss of logic.
No! Why?
Loss of logic, physics, and fourth wall. Completely thrown out the window.
ざけんなコンセント、ラスボスの扉が開けないっていうのはコンセントで繋いでないからだって。もうアホすぎるにも程あるよ、マジで。
And honestly, if they say that you bring this happiness, you might as well just not open the door.
Yeah, you might as well just say nope. Nope. This wasn't worth it. It's obviously Satan's planned this, so nope. I'm going home to make some curry. Simple as. But no, why? It's like, oh yeah, it could have been. I mean, yeah, I guess it could just. I don't know, just some other way to go around it. But it's like, no, it could have been an interesting little plot. Say that maybe Rule's trying to get all of the medals so that she can gain that she can go to the Tower of Happiness herself, which they kind of were going for. But no, we decided, you know what? No, we're gonna have the plot twist for this part being the tower is not plugged into an electrical outlet.
You might as well just let it stay unplugged, and then there we go. Satan is stuck in that tower for the rest of his life.
It's like, yeah. Could have done a better joke, but no, I can't forgive that. That's way too stupid for Puyo Puyo standards. The castle is not plugged into a fucking electrical outlet. Excuse me for my language, but that joke.
That is a big high roll on my end.
It's one of the stupidest jokes I've ever seen in especially like 21st century media.
Yeah, that is an eye roll with a head slap.
Yeah, and I remember your reaction when you saw that too. コンセントで繋いでないんだからといって。もう、他のギャグの方が良かったんじゃないのっていう感想もやっぱり目立つわ。栄えらんないよ。Now, with that being said, let's talk about why it really hurts to put it on number 4 on the worst list. So with that said, let's talk about the good points. Now, this game really needs a lot more credit because its atmosphere, the settings, and even the RPG story mode, they all really show the most Puyo Puyo spirit, Puyo Puyo / Madou Monogatari spirit in all of the compile games. Like, and you can tell. I mean, look at the graphics, the background, the tones. It's got the music. I mean, the arrangement that they did for the music is actually very nostalgic, and it really does not fail to keep the spirit intact. I know I say that a lot, but that's what I really want known about this game. And again, all of the characters that didn't appear in Puyo Puyo 2 actually came back in this game and were given 2-style renderings. I mean, how can you not admit that's not really nice? I mean, especially considering the budget that they had.
Yeah, it's actually pretty impressive to think that they actually could put this much effort on a short amount of short cash.
Short cash and a short deadline. Yeah, because at the time, most likely from what I read in reviews, Compile was actually reaching their deadline, you know, pretty fast. They had a pretty short deadline prior to their original shutdown date.
Yeah.
But yeah, and as far as, like, another thing that goes, they also introduced the whole excavation mode that you would see in later Puyo Puyo games as well, and that's honestly a good charm point. Like, instead of having to focus too much on combos, you have to dig through a series of Puyos in order to reach a star, and then send, like, an endless amount of meteor Puyos over to your opponent's chart.
Oh yeah, the excavation wheel. Yeah, which that also, basically that mode also carries over to basically like the 15th anniversary and then 20th anniversary.
Yeah, Puyo Puyo Box was the one that started it all. And yeah, graphics are still great, and the RPG. Whew, boy. I gotta say, like, Puyo Puyo Box really does not try to focus too hard on announcing that it's a big, that it's a big RPG story mode. They're not trying to make it, like, too much of a big deal, and it's not, like, heavily, like, a big, we got this big plot, we got these characters right here, and they're all gonna be doing this, they're all gonna go over here. No, this RPG story, it is actually very creatively done. Like, it's super simple. The plot of the RPG story is that a mysterious merchant known as Nununu, who is obviously Satan in a purposely terrible merchant disguise. Obviously. And he tells Arl of a legend about a series of about a ring, about a very big, powerful ring used by a cool wizard, was split into a series of 6 golden medals. And if you collect the 6 golden medals and take them over to the Tower of Happiness, you will go into the building and find true happiness. And it's already, like, just like the other Puyo Puyo games, it's obvious at the beginning that it's Satan in disguise, because, I mean, it wouldn't really exactly be 100% Puyo Puyo without it. So Arl goes on the journey to find the 6 golden medals and to see what the Tower of Happiness has to hold, leading to a series of dungeons, encountering old characters from previous Puyo Puyo games, and engaging with them in a Puyo Puyo-based battle system. And the way obviously not Satan merchants, Nununu, describes the whole prologue is, it's obviously Satan, but it's kind of funny. Like, if I go back to it, like, from Japanese, はるか昔 So, like, はるか昔、魔王が不思議の力を使い、世界中の幸せを独り占めしていた。そこで、かっこいい魔導士は魔をかっこよく倒し、指輪をかっこよく粉々にした。そして、かっこよく粉々にしたかっこいい魔導士は、その指をメダルへとかっこよく切り返し、世界へとかっこよく散らばっていた。Like, they keep repeating the phrase kakui all the time. And to give you a translation on it, it's like, long ago, there was this big demon that held all of the world's happiness in his grasp and claimed it for himself. And then out of nowhere, this badass hero showed up like a badass, defeated the demon king defeated the monster like a badass, and destroyed the ring like a badass, and split it into 6 golden medals like a badass, and hid them into 6 different locations like a badass. And then from then on, the badass hero was claimed to be a badass hero and was shrouded in squealing girls, and the endless nights continue on from there. That's literally the prologue to the story. It's obviously it's got Satan's ego written all over it, and it's funny.
It just screams this dude, like, oh my god.
Like, it's not even stupid, I mean, it's kind of stupid, but it's good stupid. It's, like, all this time, in all of the Puyo Puyo games, it's made clear that Satan is the main villain. Like, it's made clear, like, Puyo Puyo 1, he created an endless hell for literally no reason. In Puyo Puyo 2, he created a tower for everybody, a tower filled with everybody, with everybody as a competitor, in order for Arl to ascend and to try and make her his girl. And then Puyo Puyo's son, he increases the size of the sun in order to give himself a tan and be popular with the ladies.
Yeah.
And in this game, he just appears as an obviously poorly dressed merchant, and then gives out a very obvious Dragon Quest parody style prologue that is just loaded and filled to the brim with Satan's narcissistic ego.
It just screams Satan left and right, front, back, up, down, circle around, everywhere. It's just him. And I was like, alright, we get it.
Yeah, but it's not really nail it in your brain sort of obvious. It's the way they do it though. It's just the way they do it. It's to the point where you just don't care that it's obvious it's Satan. It's him, and it's him being a narcissistic weasel. And because he's doing it in that some sort of fashion in a completely Dragon Quest style parody, it's to the point where it's just so funny and just giggly, you just don't care. Now, as far as the RPG goes, Puyo Puyo Box makes actually a good RPG. Like, the reason why I say that is because, like, the dungeons, they all have good variety to them. Like, every dungeon that you come across has a variety of different challenges. Like, in Skeleton T's Cave, you have to navigate through a maze. You have to navigate through a maze and you have to collect a series of boots in order to jump off of ledges, grab keys to get through certain doors, collect money, increase your attack, increase your power, figure out your stats from there. And other areas would also involve having to move blocks, go off of cliffs to get to certain areas, pull switches to to open up certain treasure chests, grab earmuffs in order to withstand Harpy's intense tone deaf singing, which I'll have to admit was actually very funny. Because literally in the second dungeon in the forest, right next to the second village, there is a point where after you find all the switches and you run into the run of the boss area, it's literally surrounded by complete tone deaf, scattered, like really distorted musical notes. And it's so bad and it's so noisy and cringy that Arl cannot get past it without so you have to go through the switches and find a set of earmuffs that you have to put on in order to get to Harpy. That's funny. And what they do with the RPG setting is actually very creative when it comes to enticing its settings with Puyo Puyo. Like, what I mean by that is, you know how originally in Puyo Puyo you weren't able to do, like, Soul Side, the counter feature, until 2? Pal?
Yeah.
Well, in this game, if you notice on the gameplay video, there was a status menu that showed, like, all of the abilities. Like, say, the ability, like, Next, Tsu, Zen, Soul Side.
Yeah. It's kind of like your own, like, stats, like, graph kind of thing.
Yeah, what they do with the setting, though, is that all of the functions that you can originally do in Puyo Puyo, like being able to see the next Puyo the next Puyo set that comes up, being able to count, like the counter function, the Tsu features, the quick turn ability, and the all clear Zenkeshi function. It literally has a setting where you have to put on said equipment in order to activate them. Because if you don't have, like, even for the turn feature, too, if you don't have that on your equipment, you're actually not able to use those features, you're not actually able to use those features in battle. So, like, if you don't have the turn function ability on your equipment, you won't be able to turn your Puyos. If you don't have the counter ability, you won't be able to counter your Puyos in battle, but your enemy can. You see what I mean? And how they do the damage feature, too, is the damage and defense. The higher your attack, the higher amount of Ojama Puyos that you're able to send to your opponent's field. Now, the higher your defense, the less amount of Ojama Puyos your opponent will be able to send to you. And the higher your combos you make, the more EXP you get. And the faster you beat the enemy, the more gold you receive. That's
that's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty good. Honestly, that's really cool.
It is really cool. It's a really well-made RPG. It's very simple. It's not too on the nose. It's just Arl going off an adventure, and it just screams Puyo. It screams classic Puyo Puyo, and there's really nothing that strays far off of it either. Every dungeon has a good challenge. The characters are all there. You get to power up as Arl. It actually uses all of the features that made Puyo Puyo so popular in an RPG setting, and it really blends. The creativity behind it is actually superb, and Compile's Grave and this game deserves a lot more bonus points for its RPG. It's a really good RPG. It is really good. Now, if it weren't for the stiff controls and the poor voice quality, it probably would have been a masterpiece.
Yeah.
I honestly wish more Puyo Puyo games would do this kind of setting. Like, just focus it on the whole, premise and the spirit. Not go, just have a more simplistic tone. Just like what Box did. But yeah, with all said and done, this game it's still a good gem. It's not bad. And I really want, and it's extremely nostalgic, it's extremely, and its heart's in the right place. Now, unfortunately, though, it does have a low budget, and which unfortunately led to very stiff controls, poor audio quality, and one very cringe-worthy and incredibly stupid joke. That's an incredibly unnecessary joke. That's just way too dumb for Puyo Puyo standards. Yeah, while this game is extremely nostalgic to me, I really wanted to avoid putting this on my worst list as much as I can. Its heart's in the right place. It shows the most spirit out of all of the Puyo Puyo games to date, like in terms of Compile era, and it was a very nice farewell to Compile. A lot of heart and effort was put into it, but unfortunately, its qualities, when compared to the rest of the story, warrant it for being on number 4 on my worst list. If you do get the chance, though, I still highly recommend playing it for the story mode. So, we all good on 4?
I think we're good on this game. We're good on Box.
さあ、これまでの解説動画これまでの解説ぶりなんだけど、ぜひともこれに対し、これに対する評価とか、感想がありましたら、ぜひともコメントの方に投稿させていただければ、幸い、もちろん、個人に存じます。やっぱり嬉しいんだよ。評価も感想があれば、ぜひともコメント欄の方によろしくお願いいたします。Alright, with that being said, that is pretty much it for Box. It's not bad. I still recommend playing it for the Puyo Puyo story mode. Just beware of the stiff controls, bad audio, and the infamous plugging the tower joke. Ugh.
Yeah.
All right, so coming in at number 3 for the worst list is Puyo Puyo Chronicle. I have talked about this before on some certain streams, but yeah, I really gotta say, it's not, again, not a bad game. Not a bad game.
Yeah, not a bad game, honestly.
So, Pao, would you like to start off with your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, because I did a full-on Let's Play, twice in fact, of this game. As you pretty much know from my channel, and I'm just gonna ask this, by the way, did you also include my own like content in here, or you didn't?
No, this is actually content that I got from Kishkun Official. From the person that's on the list right there, like Kishkun Official. I honestly, to be honest with you, I forgot you also had like an on-screen capture stream, so sorry about that, man.
That's alright, maybe next time.
Maybe next time I do a review of this, maybe as a video, I'll include yours with your permission. But yeah, let's go for a change of pace and start with your thoughts on this game.
Okay, so my thought about this game is basically like what I thought about this game is that, yeah, basically, first of all, I gotta say I'm really impressed that, first of all, it's not like a kind of a bad thing. First, I gotta say, it's kind of like another thing that also started like how my channel kind of you can kind of say popped up. It's basically like not many people have managed to let's play on this game so properly, because yeah, so I made history and made a full-on let's play of an English commentary of how to play Puyo Puyo Chronicles. And that, oh my goodness, like that series in my channel popped up with views. I gotta say, yeah, I gotta say it has some flaws and whatnot with some of its like because you know what, sometimes you could get lost along the way, and then some stuff with, like, you know what, the icy areas could get really slippery, and then you could just mess up your movements and whatnot. But other than that, though, yeah, even one time that if you go to like the category of Puyo Puyo Chronicles, and then you press on that category game, you go to Let's Play. My playlist was featured in that YouTube recommendation of this game's category. How impressive is that?
Very.
By far, I am proud of myself for that.
You should. You should. That's a hell of an accomplishment.
Okay, so let's see. Back qualities about this game. Honestly, some people really have a lot of critics about this whole story mode. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, story-wise, not many people could understand Japanese. Not to mention, like, I mean, honestly, I'm actually interested. Like, the only reason why I was interested in this game is just because of the, yeah, it has some new feel of, like, RPG mode, basically, to kind of say. Yeah, and the story, they only introduce, like, they only introduce two new characters in this game. Basically, one of them is Ali, and then the other one is basically, like, the final boss, basically, Rafisol.
Yeah.
Yeah, for later on. If you want to know, basically check out my channel. You can see that, I have like a full Let's Play and a live stream full. You can check it all. You want to see how the story goes? Yeah, the RPG kind of a nice chains. Basically, like, you start off with like a set of like a chain that, like, for example, like new players. Yeah, basically, like, you can set off like 2 to 3 chain automatically at the start of the battle. It's kind of interesting, I say, but it does tend to get kind of annoying per se, because some enemies, like, you have to, like, I think the bad thing about this game is that sometimes you have to backtrack a lot. Yeah, sometimes, like, backtrack, puzzling, and puzzling is kind of course, like, the Puyo Puyo is a puzzle game, of course, but a puzzle is a puzzle, kind of say. Like, in dungeon specific, when there's, like, you have to timer switch, you have to find a way, especially the most annoying place you would encounter the annoying area that you would most likely not enjoy is PaoRUSH. That is by far not my favorite, because not only you have to deal with timer switch, that you have to find the switch, step on it, and then you run to the door before time runs out, and then that gate will close. But you will also have to deal with dark, basically like a dark cave, a dark dungeon. Basically, you cannot see anywhere but your map, and you cannot. And basically, if you bump into an opponent, it will just mess you up completely. I promise you, that is not fun.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's definitely not. And another thing is that of course, there's treasure chests as well, good items and whatnot. But one thing that really gives me like the Steam kind of thing, and not Steam kind of thing, kind of gives you like a little bit of jump scare. Not all treasure chests are what it seems. There are some of them are mimics.
Mm-hmm. It's basically implying the mimic function that a lot of RPGs at the time were using.
Yeah.
Basically
and
Dragon
of
Quest.
Course, that is true. And for by far, the mimics are by far like the one of not only the most annoying, by far scary, exactly, because many times in my playthrough, I get jump scared.
Yeah, and if for cute, it's kind of got that simple but very kind of scary. Like, it's kind of feel like it's cute, but at the same time very scary when you look at him. It's like, this thing! Yeah, mata kuizu ga detekita! Mimiku yada!
And I don't know how, but I'm very impressed on how they managed to scare me with that whole like the voice effect for the voice effect when you like click on the button, and then it's just like, and then I don't know how do they manage to use that voice effect to jump scare me before when that thing jump at me. How do they do that?
Timing and effect.
They did not have to make it to the point that I have to literally like. When I played this, I literally had jump scare. I kind of jumped a little bit from my chair, like I was that afraid.
Yeah.
And then, and of course, how annoying it is to fight a mimic, because the mimic's ability, if it activates its ability, most of your Puyos that you're gonna put are becoming Ojama Puyos. That is by far the most annoying abilities to actually deal with in the entire game. Like, let's be honest here. That is by far the most annoying ability to deal with. All your Puyos become Ojama Puyos.
Yeah. Well, then again, Box did have a similar feature as well later, like beforehand too. Like, whenever you encounter an enemy over at like the dungeon or the overworld, you're given an option that's inspired off of Dragon Quest, where you can either fight or you can run away. Now, if you're fast enough, you're able to run away without having to deal with the boss or the enemy. But if you are not fast enough and the enemy exceeds its speed, you are forced into the battle, and you're given at least 3 lines of Ojama Puyos onto your field that you have to clear.
Yes, that is true. And also, what's kind of a sad thing is that, most of this whole like game thing is basically like, RPG things. The sad thing is that they only gave us like only 2 opportunities for a normal game mode. Like, what was it again? When you fight against like Maguro-kun, you get the ice mode.
Oh yeah, the skill battle.
Yeah, the skill battle. Yeah, because most of the whole thing is basically like the whole RPG like kind of thing. But yeah, the skill battle where you fight against Maguro, you basically like wait, was it only 2 or 3 like special game mode? Like Maguro with the ice battle, and then with Seizo being like the, what was it again? The 2 format?
Yeah, Seizo's obviously a classic, obviously one of the top 3 like the 3 old Mado protagonists, so he was definitely more 2.
Yeah, Seizo's more 2. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is the 3rd or it's only 2. I think when you fight against Satan again, but it's like, of course, like we fight Satan, but first I think you fight him in RPG style, basically. Yeah, RPG style. But then you fight him again later on in Perplun before going to the tower.
Tower.
Was it? Yeah. Was it the which? Was it Fever?
I think it was Fever.
I think it was Fever. Yeah, they only gave us 3 opportunities to battle like the opponent in those type of modes, but then the rest is just RPG.
Yeah. That sounds about right. Boy. Oh boy. This game's RPG.
Yeah.
All
in all, though, still, out of all the flaws that I've said this still stand by. Not really. Yeah, I'm gonna say this. It's not bad.
It's not bad at all. It's just, it's extremely generic and boring. That's the main issue.
Yeah.
Like, that's basically the biggest reception that this game got in Japan. It was destroyed. It was basically trashed by fans for being an incredibly bland and boring experience, as quoted by fans. And after playing it, I can kind of see why. I was still living back home in Shizuoka when this game was first announced. And when I saw that the characters were given 3D models and were returning to the RPG world since after what they did with Box, I got very excited. This was filled with a lot of anticipation. And I was really excited to see what the modern Sega was planning on doing for their RPG setting. So I got so obviously I reserved my copy, got the Ultimate Edition, got the packs I got the theme with the celebrity stars that did the promotion for the game. And
yeah, the full set.
Yeah, basically the full set. And by the time I finished the game, though, I completely forgot what I was doing. Like, the story was just... It wasn't very memorable. It just came off as very bland. Like, there's like a number of things that I do remember. I mean, I know the plot, I know all the story, I know the story and everything, and I remember the dungeons, but not from, like, memory. It's just kind of there and just kind of gone. It just...
Yeah.
After growing up playing other RPGs and Box, Chronicle as an RPG just feels like a downgrade from Box.
Yeah, honestly, my main flaw, basically, this is one of the reasons why I kind of like, you can kind of say the first time, oh, I'm really interested, but after playing it again, it kind of gets really, really boring and fast because of Ali. Ali's basically, yeah, of course, Ali, new character, very interesting, but her personality per se.
Yeah.
Yeah, her personality is too much like, Aishai Masho kind of thing. It gets really repetitive at times.
Yeah, Ollie's cute. I will admit, Ollie is absolutely adorable, and I do like her character, but as a character, though, for her introduction, she's kind of a one-note, one-joke character, really, and it does get repetitive, yes. That's actually the one thing I do remember from the story mode, is that her saying "Aishai Michelle" and how incredibly affectionate she is. Like, that's her quirk. She's the most affectionate character of the entire cast. But the way she uses it, Sa! Like, Sa! Aishai Michelle? Just saying, Aishai Michelle? Ofuro no naka de Aishai Michelle? Just that kind of line. Sa naka de Aishai Michelle? It reaches Shezo levels of careless dialogue.
Yeah. And she doesn't, and some part of the stories as well, that she doesn't understand a thing, and then she just say that and makes things way worse for the situation of the whole conversation of some of the other people that were saying. So it really makes you think, why would you say that word? They just said something that's not good.
Yeah, it's like you're turning into Ollie. You're turning Ollie. Come on, you're turning into Shezo. Like, because a lot of the cutscenes where she said that, there were examples like saying, "Sa, mura ni kaita, sa, mura ni kaitara, ofuro no naka de aishiaimashou," which is basically like, once we get back to the village, let's be affectionate in the bath. That's a total Yuri, that's a total Yuri joke. Out of
That is your buy in 200,000 levels above.
Yeah, and the same thing happens again later on in Perp Room between Shezo and Risukuma. That, the timing that she does, the timing every time she says that, though, it turns into either a Yuri or Yaoi innuendo, and it's just, it reminded me of Shezo's dialogue, but at the same time, it's like, oh my god, stop, no, yamete! そんな風に言ってたら変態やつなんかシェゾみたいに変態扱いされてしまうぞ。それでもいいのアリちゃん。just that kind of response.
Yeah.
Let's be affectionate in the desert. Let's be affectionate in the bathtub. Let's be affectionate in the castle. Just
whoa.
My god, that's like the one thing I remember in the story mode. Like, there were some scenes that made me chuckle. You know, like some of the chemistry that we got between the characters, but they just were not memorable. They didn't leave any impact. They were just there.
Mostly like it just makes you question them rather than it just question you rather than impress you or anything.
Yeah, it's just there. The cutscenes are just there, and the characters are just there. They're just here to do a big time campaign RPG.
Yeah, honestly, that's the main flaw, Ali, the whole thing. But I gotta say, Refusol is by far way better.
Yeah, I mean, I will say she's kind of a last-minute final boss, but at the same time, she is a good, well-standing character in terms of, like, her presentation. Also, I will say, Cure Happy, you made a very good point. Once we finish talking about Refusol, let's talk about what Cure Happy mentioned. So continue.
Okay, let's see here. Yes, less game modes than 20th anniversary. Yes, I've already I've thought about that, and yeah, unfortunately, this was supposed to be like you can kind of say like 25th, if I'm not mistaken.
It basically is the 25th anniversary, 2016. It was released in December of 2016, and 20th anniversary was in 2011. So we're already at the 25th anniversary by this time.
Yeah, 25th anniversary, and they did not give us like some new less game modes. They decreased the amount of game modes, and then just like a certain amount of game modes, and then just only add one new. It's the RPG. So that kind of disappointed me a little bit, because you only have 2 Fever, and then the blocks, and then RPG, and then what else? I don't remember the rest. But not a lot though. It's really not a lot, and yeah. Because if we all know like some of the 20th anniversary, they have like they have some more variety of game modes. Like the one thing I really do not like from 15th anniversary, I'm gonna critic on one thing about 15th anniversary. First of all, I do not like the water mode. Water mode is by far the worst.
That will be bookmarked.
Yeah, the water mode was nonsensely the worst mode. Yeah, but honestly, still a game mode though. But then there's like that whole spin mode, like basically rotate the stage kind of thing. Which is another thing that they did not implement in this game.
Nope.
And there's a lot more than that. If I'm not mistaken, does this game have that infinite fever mode, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think they do.
I think they did. I remember playing it in college from a while. I remember playing it in college a while back, and I think it did have Endless Fever. Tokoton Fever.
Oh yeah, yeah. This game has Endless Fever. I completely forgot.
It does.
Endless Fever. Yeah, it does have Endless Fever. I remember I played it once because Endless Fever is by far my personally and most likely the best and by far the best game mode ever is. I
agree.
love Endless Fever.
I do too.
If this game did not have Endless Fever, I would put this in by far below 5.
Below 5.
Or worse, below 10 rank.
Oh, okay. In terms of like quality in terms of like game quality, I getcha.
Yeah, like you cannot make modern Puyo Puyo game without Endless Fever.
Yeah. I would have to agree with Pao on this one, because Endless Fever was definitely a game that I love to play all the time, like for the sake of practice, getting to know chain patterns, and just the sheer tension that comes from it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
honestly,
it is unfortunate. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it still has like enough to go by in compensation with the story mode, but in terms of the story mode, but when it comes to Puyo Puyo though, it's kind of a downgrade in terms of like the selection that you can pick in comparison to 20th anniversary.
Yeah.
Now,
20th anniversary has a lot more, and especially 20th anniversary also, like if I'm not mistaken, like they introduced the new mechanics, which is what was the game mode that they introduced, like was it like the one that 2v2 kind of thing? What was it called?
The 2v2?
Yeah, basically like their powers merge together and then sends out a
Oh! Pair de Puyo Puyo.
Yeah, the pair mode. That is, oh my goodness, I cannot stress out how much I love pair mode.
Pair de Puyo Puyo. Yeah. The mechanic introduced from 20th anniversary.
Yeah. I'm so
Okay.
sad that this game does not have pair mode.
Yeah, that became a mode that was exclusive to 20th.
Yeah.
I mean, it fits, I will say. That does make 20th a lot more unique. I will give points for that. But yeah, I also want to point out one more thing about the RPG that Cure Happy actually made a very good point about. The RPG story mode has a lot less variety in terms of challenge as an RPG than Box does. Like, a lot of this, like, take Cure Happy's quote right here. This game was fun for the skill battles, but I'm not gonna lie, it felt you pretty much do the same few things in the same areas of the game. Kind of felt like Mario and Luigi Paper Jam mix in terms of generic locations. That is a good summary of the dungeons for this game. They lack variation and originality. It's a lot of the dungeons in this game vary between finding the switch, turning it on, get to another location, grab the treasure chest, and find the boss. And yes, I will admit that Blue had like areas where you had to slide across a glacier floor, kind of like that whole little pushing kind of like how in Zelda Ocarina of Time where you push that little ice pillar in the dungeon before you go into the water temple. You have to bump it up against like ice pillars in order to get it to a certain location. You had to do that with Arl in order to get to certain areas, but other than that, there's really not that much variety. Like, remember what I said about Box in terms of how every single dungeon is unpredictable? It has literally a different challenge for every scenario. Like in Skeleton T's cave, you had to go find. You actually weren't just smashing boxes and opening up treasure chests. You actually had to go find a treasure chest containing certain items that help you get through certain parts of the game in order to get the keys to the final boss. You had to grab some boots that you would use, konjaku boots, or like konjaku boots that you would use to jump off ledges, and then find out where the key is at. and then navigate your way through the maze and figure out which door that you have to open in order to get the skeleton team. The second one was a lot of switches, but you also had to figure out which switch that you had to pull in order to get certain areas. Like, there was a red switch and there was a purple switch. Like, purple switch, you can unlock, you know, the pathways that go, and you can also turn them off, too. And they also variate, too. Like, one side, you turn the switch off, one pair opens up, the other one one goes down, but another one gets activated and opens up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, like, every dungeon was different, and you had to figure out the nooks and crannies. It was literally a puzzle within a puzzle. It was literally a puzzle game within a puzzle game as an RPG, and it was the kind of RPG that not only really showed the spirit of Puyo Puyo, but it also really tested your knowledge and problem-solving skills. Like, even if it was for Satan's ending, it was still a motivating challenge. There was a reason that you would want to get back in, to try and figure out the whole puzzle, to try and figure out where the maze is, how to get past these where these arrows lead to, where this item is at. Oh, I can get this amount of gold in this area. And in some areas, you would have to go underground. You would actually have to go underground and overworld to find out where the keys are. And you would also have to you would also need a glove item in order to move crates, move boxes, and you had to move them in a certain order, or else you would have to get outside the maze and start over again. But that's another thing, too, that Chronicle didn't have. It doesn't have an escape unit. Box does. Well, Box, I will admit, Box did have more of the functions, but Chronicle does not have an escape unit. Like, if you were, really far in a maze and you want to get out, you would have to walk all the way back to the entrance in order to get back to the main menu. The only other way is to purposely lose in battle. That's, if you have the mental capacity for that, then that's fine, but it's not exactly recommended. And the other thing is just like Box, unfortunately, Arl can only move at one speed. So it's a very, very Dragon-on's experience. Let's see, that most people criticize Nintendo since Paper Jam was made during the NSFB area, where worlds were just the same generic areas like grassland, desert, jungle, snow, sky, and volcanoes. Pretty much. But yeah, Chronicle, however, just lacks variety. It's pretty much almost the same. It's pretty much almost the same dungeon over and over again, but just with a few alterations. Like, you have to get past this gate within a certain time. Press the button and then go to the gate before it opens up again. Box, however, had a lot more challenge.
Yeah, it has more variety than this.
Yeah, not to mention it's a much more engaging and fun RPG. And
yeah.
Chronicle just wants to feels like it really wants to stand itself out as the RPG, as the main campaign for this game. And spends a lot of energy on that, rather than just Puyo Puyo itself. But see, the thing is that Puyo Puyo was never about, stories. It was about the interactions between the characters and the high energy and fun that you do by playing Puyo Puyo. Also, speaking of story, you see in that cutscene right there, Shezo coming out of the treasure chest?
Yeah.
Believe it or not, that was actually a reference to that scene in Box. And
yeah.
they literally have him go through the exact same mishaps and hijinks that he experienced in Box, except he didn't pillage people. He ended up falling into some sort of slapstick hijinks to the point where he tripped into a water and was washed away into the sewers here, and then he wound up in the treasure chest. And even right there, that quote right there, he literally just said, "I have a feeling this sort of thing happened to me before. But anyway."
Yeah, basically a reference to Box.
Yeah, that was literally a callback to Box. I will give Chronicle points for that.
Yeah,
I mean,
it at least fixed Sizzle's flaws since Box.
Yeah, I will admit that scene did anger fans in Box, but I guess you can say maybe it's a better version. I don't know if I can say that though, to be honest with you. I mean, it was kind of funny seeing Shezo having to like see Shezo in his Tigi Weegies, and then having to fight him naked,
Oh god, that's some innuendos.
No, you're literally fighting him in his underwear. I mean, that's kind of funny if you think about it. Like Shezo was put to that point.
What? Yeah, it was at that point. It was just at that point.
But yeah, let's talk about the other qualities here. Now, yes, this kind of upset, like, we're not really upset, but this definitely led to a lot of disappointed voices. A lot of characters that, like, so characters finally got their grand return from Compile's grave since Puyo Puyo Quest. And, like, since Puyo Puyo Quest. That was Seridi from the original series, Lagnus the Brave. Lagnus the Brave from Puyo Puyo.
Wait. Yeah, Onion Pixie, right?
And Onion, yeah. Oh!
What else?
Sakanaoji.
Sakanaoji. And then there's one more, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's another one. Who else got? Donguri Gairu.
And there's another one from the Compound series.
Okay, Seridi, Lagnus. Harpy!
Harpy, there it is.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you're only able to have them as they're only available as party members in the story mode. You actually can't play them you can't actually select them on free play. You weren't able to play them until later on with Puyo Puyo Esports.
Yeah.
That definitely led to a lot of disappointment from Compile fans. And I will say I am one of those people. But yeah, I mean, we pretty much talked about why this game's on the list, but this is not exactly a bad quality. Like, this doesn't count for, like, what's, like, bad about the game, but I would also like to add a bonus note about why I think this game never got got an international release, even with the announcement of Puyo Puyo Tetris. It mostly got mixed reviews from critics and general fans alike, with a lot of the criticism going towards the RPG story mode, but praise going towards the visuals, music, and the soundtrack, and the visuals, soundtrack, and the gameplay. But this game actually had a lot of intense competition with other video games at the time. And 2016, I remember more than any other year in my life. And I remember what was going on at the time. At the time, at the time of Puyo Puyo's Chronicles release in December 8th, it already had a sheer amount of competition from other games that were getting major title games that were already getting so much attention. Like, for example, Puyo Puyo Sun and Moon, the 3DS adaptation of Super Mario Maker, and the third and final installment to Yokai Watch 3, Skiaki. The latter one was the biggest sales phenomenon of the year. Now, with all that being said, and because all of those games were, released at the time when Puyo was was planned to be released, it was unfortunately overshadowed by all of that intense competition, and it ended up flopping pretty hard. Despite all the efforts and budget that the game might have done, it only managed to sell 13,000 copies in its opening week for the Nintendo 3DS, selling only a maximum of 3,000 by the end of the year. I mean, selling a maximum of 30,000 by the end of the year. That, my friends, was a big loss. But yes, this game flopped. in Japan, and it was very mixed in critical receptions. So my guess is that's why it was never released or even considered for release anywhere else.
Yeah.
But yeah, even if you were to get your hands on this, though, it's a very generic RPG story. Like, if you've played Dragon Quest or any of the Mario and Luigi RPGs or Paper Jam, then you've pretty much already played this one. Like, if you're in for the Puyo Puyo characters, then that's good. I'd say the only reason I would suggest it is for the new environments, for Puyo Puyo, like, reenact with the Puyo Puyo characters, see them bounce off one another, and really for the game modes. But the RPG is just, it's extremely generic. If you're gonna do, like, Puyo Puyo as an RPG, I'd highly recommend doing boxes. I mean, it's worth going through the stiff controls. Now, with that being said, let's go ahead and talk about the good qualities of this game.
Okay, it's time for the good qualities. Yes, indeed, yes. The very newest type of quality of character, 3D chibi character designs.
Yeah, this game did a great job at bringing Puyo Puyo to the 3rd dimension.
Yes.
Gold medals to the visual standard.
Absolutely. We even get like some of the animation for walking, running, and then those like attacking wise, the spell magic. It's really nice.
It is.
Yeah, not like other like 2D aspect where it's just like spinning folded like kind of paper kind of thing. No, this is real flesh. It looks like real flesh. Like, it's by far, I gotta admit, impressive for the Puyo Puyo perspective. Very impressive.
Yeah, and I think if I recall, it's their first time going back into like 3rd dimension since Puyo Puyo Da. And that wasn't even like an official like Puyo Puyo based game. That's a spin-off. But yeah, the animation is very well done. It's fluid. It screams. And it literally screams the character animation. Like, they're a lot more. It's legitimate flesh. You get to see all the characters and the actions that they did from previous games, and seeing them do it in the 3rd dimension really brings out their charm and characters. And I'm really glad that Chronicle decided to take another step and bring him to the 3rd dimension. But they just did such a great job with that. So obviously, the visuals are definitely. So yeah, visuals are definitely like the visuals are definitely like the selling point for this game.
Yeah, because the 3D aspect of this game is what made me really want to like let's play the whole thing on my channel. And of course, like basically it has 3D and whatnot and animations. Yeah, maybe the one thing that kind of a little bit funny about one part is the fact that when you do 4-player battle, the character themselves will still have like not move. Only like the attack animation, like the magic spell will have like movements, but the character will not move.
Yeah. The characters will not move.
Yeah. But all in all though, still great. The 3D modeling, the chibi 3D modeling for this game is fan-freaking-tastic.
Fan-freaking-tastic is the best way to say it. It's really good.
Yes.
So yeah, Puyo Puyo Chronicle did outstanding with their new step and visuals. Yeah, and the music. Let's not forget the music.
Oh my god, you don't gotta tell me twice. The music, yes. I've said this once and I've said it again. The music also is another thing that brings any type of games to life. Music. And especially, have you guys heard Mina Mina Daisuki? The theme for this game.
Mina Mina Daisuki.
The theme for this game, sang by the voice actor herself. It by far the one Puyo I cannot express this enough. By far, Mina Mina Daisuki from Ali voice actor is by far my #1 favorite Puyo Puyo music ever existed.
And that is very high praise, not to mention. Very high.
Absolutely. Woo. Yeah, they even showed Mina Mina Daisuki in the... What was it again? I gotta check. Yeah, I don't think anybody have heard Mina Mina Daisuki full song. I don't think everybody have heard the full song of it.
No, I mean, it's available on the game, and it's also on the site, it's also available on YouTube as well. But, yeah, I would say it's definitely not one of the more commonly heard songs. But, again, the original songs that they did for this game are not... They're expertly crafted, and they really establish the particular environment that Chronicle has. Like, you've got that little short-term whimsical...
Yeah. I know, but yeah, I don't think people may have heard Mina Mina Daisuki already from the game itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in the Puyo Puyo 30th anniversary, the 30th anniversary.
Oh man.
Yeah. The 30th anniversary was since 2021, October 25th. They played Mina Mina Daisuki, and like the whole thing was 4 minutes and 9 seconds long.
Wow.
Because mostly people listen Mina Mina Daisuki because they only listen to the 2 minutes version, 2 minutes and 40 seconds-ish version. But in this one, in this 30th anniversary Puyo Puyo movie, they have a 4-minute long Mina Mina Daisuki that is by far named the full version of Mina Mina Daisuki.
Yeah. Getting the full version right on his bloom.
And by far, oh my goodness, I loved it to the point of in tears. I was absolutely in tears.
Facts, man. It's a beautiful song, and the actress that played Adi did really put her heart into it, her affection into it, I guess you can say, considering her quirk. Mata, またお会いしましょう。
愛しましょう。
愛しましょう。Insert Yuri innuendo.
But yeah, all in all, music, great quality music. By far, this game has the best music because of Mina Mina Daisuki.
Yeah, and they also included, like, in addition to the original songs, they also included some old ones in here too. Which, even bringing back like the drum, like even bringing back the vocal tracks, you know, that were originally available as like on like iTunes or CD albums of each of the characters, like each of the characters' original voice actors doing a vocal cover of their theme songs.
That is true, because I thought that was like for 25th anniversary. I thought that was for 20th anniversary.
No, their songs were based from 20th anniversary. Well, technically, yes, their songs were based from 20th anniversary, and then really soon after, their vocal tracks were released.
Yeah.
Like, right then and there. Like, immediately after following the release of 20th, the CD tracks were released.
Yeah. And what's even better is that the later on Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, later on, they finally have those musics with the cover from the original, like, voice actors. Later on, you can play with the music, which is impressive.
Yeah. Very impressive. And then there's the other two features. Now,
yes.
The free play session, like I said, unfortunately, the compile characters and other Fever member characters weren't able to make their return as playable characters, but the free-to-play settings are actually very straightforward and easy to understand. And anyone can navigate them regardless of their skill level. Like, it's got a very strong sense of accessibility. And let me tell ya, the game's international, like the game's National Puzzle League setting, out of all the modern games that they made, it's actually the most polished and well built. Like, it did start off with like a few bugs, but with a couple updates, it actually became very decent and well statured. Have you played much of the online features for Chronicle?
I don't play online.
Oh, well that's okay. But to give you an idea, though, like the rating that they give you, depending on your performance and like how many wins you make in the game, are actually very straightforward. And there are functions where you can actually where they make it specific. Like if you have a connection drop at a certain point, you have to like it's not too strict, but at the same time, if it happens too much, you may have to go down a rank or so. I wouldn't say it's like too strict, but it's very, let's just say it's gotten very well, it's very well grounded. I have to say it's definitely one of the more accurate ratings in the entire, out of the majority of the online battles I've seen. So yeah, all in all, so in summary, Puyo Puyo Chronicle is, Puyo Puyo Chronicle is an unfortunate flop, and Puyo Puyo Chronicle is an unfortunate flop out of that survived a lot of competition, that ended up withstanding a lot of competition in 2016, but it is visually, and as a soundtrack, it's gorgeous. Sega did a really good job at bringing the characters in the Puyo Puyo atmosphere into the third dimension. The music is superb, really fits the tone, and the controls are very easy. And free play is actually really fun and easy to navigate for newcomers and professional players alike. But the story is every generic RPG. But the story is literally every generic RPG literally every generic RPG video game that you would see from Dragon Quest, and that you would see from Dragon Quest or maybe Mario games or Mario.
Just generic RPG based kind of thing.
And it doesn't have the same. Yeah, it doesn't have the same. It doesn't have. It doesn't have the exact, it doesn't have the same variation and challenge that Box offers. If you're gonna go into, Puyo Puyo as, an RPG, if you want to try Puyo Puyo out as an RPG, I would highly recommend playing Box. Even then, the story settings and the simplicity of the tone really make it worth the experience, make it really worth going through the stiff controls and the audio voice, and the audio quality.
Oh.
So that being said, let's head on to number 2.
Alright, but I also gotta say this. If they ever remake Chronicle on Switch, I'm copping that day one. I do not care at what anybody said. I will cop that day one any day.
Considering its critical underperformance and being a commercial bomb, my guess is that maybe that might not be likely. But you can always hope.
You can always hope that it might happen. If it does happen, I will cop that day one. And I don't know. Would you also cop that day one? I would.
Maybe. I'm just gonna say maybe for Chronicle, to be honest with you. I mean, it's literally just the same story.
Yeah, the same story. But if they made the chibi models to become actual 3D models of the character, I would. Oh my goodness.
Oh boy, yeah. Alright, now it's time... そうだな。じゃあ、そろそろ2番目に入りたい。ちょっと2のところまで入りたいと思います。じゃあ、2っていうのは、Alright, coming up at number 2 for worst is Puyo Puyo for the Sega Dreamcast and PlayStation. And other consoles as well. Now, yeah, this is, like I said at the beginning of this review, this is the semi-final game to be released by Compile before, literally the last game that, out of the restoration period that Compile made before, they couldn't make any more games, and they decided, it's time to shut down. This was released sometime after Mado Monogatari for the Sega Saturn. And the premise is that Satan, when he came, Satan as he's searching through his study, that as he's searching through his study, he comes across a mysterious little black box in an area, and when he accidentally trips it, something mysterious and enchanting comes right out of it. And then before you know it, in Arl's world, the circus comes to town, run by a mysterious ringleader in a clown outfit. Now, as this is happening, when Arl and Carbuncle go to one of the circus performances, Arl is called to the stage by someone who looks very similar to Satan, and he performs a disappearing enchantment spell on him as a magical performance. And by the time the show ends, Arl can't find him anywhere, so she goes on a journey throughout the circus and the nearby areas to go find her lost friend. Now, so I'm assuming you're not too familiar with this particular game, Pao?
Yeah, I'm not that part. I don't know much about this game, but I do know it has some specific mechanics about it where it's like, some specific mechanics about this game. It's like kind of like the skills mechanism, right?
That is correct. The skills mechanism, which is the particular function for this game. Yeah, so let me just say, the first problem that I'd like to mention about this game is that in addition to the stiff controls that unfortunately Box would take after later are there, and the tempo of the game just feels like it's not bad. It's a little sluggish, I guess you can say. But that's not really as bad compared to the unfortunate system settings here. The game system that they have for Puyo Puyo that Puyo Puyo has here is kind of mediocre. It includes mostly like the whole Puyo Puyo 2 2 style settings, but also in addition a special attack system, where each of the characters have their own little special attacks that they use whenever their gauge is maxed up. And whenever it's maxed out, they do things that are unique to their character. Like, say, Arl's special attack is an Arl Shield, where she temporarily blocks Ojama Puyos from coming into her chart for a certain amount of time. Draco's is an increase your attack by a certain number. And so far and so forth. Some of them heal. Another one, another one that Draco does is... Actually, no. Draco's is more... By activating her spell, she basically shortens the amount of... in battle, she basically shorten... I guess you can say shorten the amount of Ojama Puyos that come her way. And a lot of the other characters kind of have very similar base attacks. Now, unfortunately, that does mess with the balance of the system. Some of the attacks are more powerful than others, to the point where you just want to rely more on this character rather than the other. And
overpowered.
Yeah, some of them are overpowered, but others, especially in the story mode, others reach a point where they really start to the point where the matches just drag on and on and on and on.
Oh god.
And Draco's, unfortunately, was an example of that. Like, even if you sent like a mountain amount of Puyos at her, her special attack that she uses in her story... Oh wait, no. I don't think that was... No, I don't think that was Draco. That wasn't Draco. That was Panity. My bad. It was Panity. Panity's skill is basically the decrease in Puyo shots. Draco is the special attack that increases the damage and points. With Panity, however, hoo boy. It will take, if he keeps making even singular changes for a while, and if you have like a mountain of Puyos waiting, coming his way, it's just gonna drag on to the point where you start losing points for, like, losing time points. And that, yeah, that's basically where the stage rules come in. Like, the attacks that you can use determine, like, the stage rule. Like, the attacks that you use are determined mostly by, like, the stage rules. Panades is the worst example. And some characters also, like, there's also the main antagonist of the game, Doppelganger Puyo, like, Doppelganger Arl. Literally has the barrier attack. The same exact barrier attack that Arl uses, which doesn't exactly make her that far off from a character, like, far off from Arl. To the point where there's barely any reason why you would want to play as either or character. So yeah, the special attack system is very off balance, and at worst it makes characters singled out as like the most like the ones that you would prefer to use, that you would get to the point where you would want to use them the most, to having the story mode becoming a drag. Now, as far as the story goes, though, it's, as a concept, though, it's good. Like, the whole goal is to search for Carbuncle, who ended up getting missing as a result from Satan's magic trick. And in terms of, like, the cutscene, but in terms of, like, how the cutscenes go, I mean, it's a good concept of trying to bring in, like, a very mature and sort of dark... Like, that's what Puyo Puyolin's really going for. It's trying to go for more of the dark and Madol-style tone into a Puyo Puyo setting. And it tries basing its comedy and its thematics on that setting. Mostly off of those. Now, the result of it, however... The comedy's a little dry.
Forced?
Like, I wouldn't say it's bad, it's just, it's kind of dry. Like, there's some jokes where it's like at the beginning where Kikimora is serving as the tutorial guide for Arl and setting her off on her journey to find Carbuncle. It's like, I don't know how to say it. I'm trying to figure out how to say it in English. 自分が探し求めてることは足元にあるんじゃないかしら? え? 足に踏んでるの? そんなわけないでしょ?
Oh, just journeying by foot.
Yeah, almost as, like, it's to the point where, like, Kikimora says what you're looking for is actually beneath your feet the whole time. And Arl says, wait, I'm stepping on him? No way, that's... そんなわけないでしょ? I just returned to Japanese because that's the one I know. Like, what's a way I can say that? It's like... Not like that, stupid, sort of thing. And then there's also a scene with Nohoho. There's also a scene with Nohoho later on, where Arl and Draco start getting hungry, and Nohoho gets startled by their showing up at the store later on, and Nohoho offers Rakkyo, which is a very common nostalgic food item that was used in Madou Monogatari that replenishes your health. And he tries offering it 100 gold. He tries offering it at 100 gold when it's literally literally 50 gold a piece, and then he finishes off, and the cutscene literally finishes off by saying, "And also, it's half eaten." And then it just goes to the story. It just goes to the battle from there.
Oh, God.
It's like, what?
That is gross.
That's not really fun, and it's not really funny either.
Kind of rude.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the poor quality cutscenes in my opinion. I mean, I will admit there's one funny scene. Like, I'd have to say one of the scenes that I thought was most memorable and funny was Seriri and Sketodora, the one that was shown in on the clip there. So Seriri, you know, Seriri's whole shtick is that she's very shy and that she thinks she's alone and someone who's vulnerable for getting bullied, and that she doesn't have quote unquote doesn't have any friends, which is of course far from the case. Sketodora appears in the next scene after you fight her, and Sketodora says, "Hey, Hey, what are you talking about? I've been here for our date." And Arl points out, it's like, "Oh, see, there you go. You have a boyfriend who's someone. Don't you see? You have a boyfriend. I mean, you've got a boyfriend, someone like a boyfriend in your life." And then Seriri's like, Arl, you're such a tease. Sketodora's just a friend, right, Sketodora?" And then he just freezes solid and turns to stone. Yeah, it should show up right here in this next scene, right here.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. Otomodachi! I did find that funny. I mean, that's... But, that being said, that's really the most I got out of a chuckle in this story.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, Puyo Puyon tries centering its concentration on more of a Madou Monogatari / darker type of story setting, but in the end result, the humor just ends up being very dry, and it kind of doesn't really seem to have an idea on whether it wants to be more Puyo Puyo or whether it wants to be more Madou Monogatari. Especially considering after a more successful Madou Monogatari, a more successfully built and structured Madou Monogatari game was already released before that, a year prior. And which brings me to the other reason. The story has some loose ends. I also like to mention that the audio quality between the character voices and the background music is kind of imbalanced as well. Like, you can hear the voices of the characters at like 40%, and then 60% of it is the music.
It's like barely hearable for the voice of the characters itself.
Yeah, I mean, if you can read the captions, then you're fine, but as far as the audio goes, it's not the most legible. Like, you can't exactly hear it like all the way through. There's a bit of an imbalance.
Yeah.
And now for the story. Its setting is loaded with plot holes. Well, no, I wouldn't exactly say loaded, but its main premise unfortunately ends on out of left field. So the whole setting is that, like I said earlier, Arl disappears as the result of a magic trick, a quote-unquote magic trick that Satan did. And Arl goes out of her way, pairs up with and goes on an adventure with Draco, Seriri, Witch, and Dragon, a dragon as well. I think that was just for one part. And then they find Satan. They find Satan there. If I reunite with Carbuncle, and the villain of the story in the clown outfit turns out to be a doppelganger of Arl. But by the time it ends, Arl asks who she is, and she says, "Who I am doesn't matter. I'm Arl. That's all that matters." And then she just disappears. And it just ends with Arl and Carbuncle doing their usual, let's go home and make curry skit for every, for the first two Puyo Puyo games. So, we never get to figure out what was inside that box that Satan opened up. Who Doppelganger Arl really is, what her motives are, why she set up that circus, why they kidnapped, well, technically, the one thing that was known is that that Doppelganger Arl actually tried using Carbuncle harnessing Carbuncle as an extreme source for her power. But as far as her origins go, why she's there was never explained again. And there was just... So it ended up being a story that was just left with little explanation and just out of left field. But yeah, as a Puyo Puyo game, I wouldn't exactly recommend it too much as a multiplayer. It's definitely more story-based. But the reason why it's so high up on my list is because it doesn't have that same... It doesn't really have that atmosphere that really entices you into the game. That really entices you into the franchise. It's just mainly there for fans who are familiar with the franchise to see, you know, what the characters were doing at the time. And, to see them also working in a Madou Monogatari style era. Add that and the imbalanced gameplay and very dull, like very, very, very imbalanced special system, and how long the stories would drag on there. And it's less than developed story. Now, with that being said, let's talk about the good things. Because there are some very good notes that are worth establishing this as a good game of its time. The animation and the design, it's good. Like, you saw that opening title there, right?
Yeah, that was fantastic opening, like,
yeah!
animation, the whole thing.
I mean,
that's kind of like an anime thing. Why don't they make an anime with this?
Well, remember, then again, Compile went through a lot of financial struggles at the time because their only two major hits were Puyo Puyo 1 and Puyo Puyo 2. So even if they, like, unless they were to get like some sort of financial support from like Sega or other companies, they probably wouldn't have been able to do so. But then again, they would have to get like legal rights from Compile or Sega, because Sega was the company that was presenting it at the time. But I would honestly really love to see a Puyo Puyo anime like this. If this were a thing, that would be awesome. Now, yeah, I will say, when I was a kid...
watch this all the time.
When I was a kid, however, they did have, like, small animated segments from the Puyo Puyo series on VHS through this thing called, like, Dream... What was it? Like, Dream... Like... Nandakke? Dream Master? It's a series of, like, animated skits from different franchises. You can watch them. They were available on VHS, and I used to watch them a lot when I was a kid. And they included like anime scenes from, you know, from Puyo Puyo, like Shezo, Minotauros, and Satan shenanigans. But yeah, I will have to say, this does remind me of that. The opening animation is really good. Like, the kind that really makes you wish that there was some sort of a Puyo Puyo anime back in the 90s, or preferably even now.
Yeah.
The animation is good. And then there's, like, when you're going to the battle sequences, when you see the characters, like, fighting each other face to face, it's actually pretty cool seeing them in that, that sort of render and pixel animation.
Yeah, it's kind of clean.
It is clean. Very clean. I mean, yeah, the cutscenes themselves are very plastered and cheap looking, but when it comes to the gameplay and the opening deserves credit. Like, this scene with Satan alone, really, I really like this scene where it opens with Satan figuring out what this box is. Kind of makes you figure what he's doing in there. And what's inside that box. I mean, unfortunately, it's left out of field. We never get to figure out what's inside it. But the cutscenes and the fluidity of the animation from Arl here, holy shoot. And and Draco and the character introductions here, look at this.
This whole thing is basically an anime opening. Oh my goodness.
It's beautiful. Also, Chico. That was an in-game exclusive character too. Chico got a lot of quality praise. And that brings me to the next skit. The music is also fantastic. It also gave us Treasure Hunter. This is the game that gave us the song Treasure Hunter. The one that goes like this. You know that song?
Wait. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, the song's called Treasure Hunt.
Wait, treasure what?
The song is called Treasure Hunter.
Oh, treasure hunter.
Yeah. Treasure Hunter in particular got the most praise from audiences, to the point where it got re-released later on in Puyo Puyo... What was it? 7? Puyo Puyo 7, actually. But yeah, it's got good music. Also, I would like to point out the voice acting and the casting that they did for this game is actually impressive. So, fun fact about the compile games. Did you know that for both Madou Monogatari, for what they did have, and for the Puyo Puyo games at the time, particularly Tsu, Sun, and from then on, they were not actually done by professional voice actors. They were actually done by the compile staff themselves.
Yeah, I kind of already semi-know that.
Yeah, and they did a decent job with Tsu and Sun. But for this game, Puyo Puyo actually got some very quality celebrity casting to do some of the characters. Like, Witch was played by the unfortunately now deceased Yuko Mizutani, who was known for playing the older sister from Chibi Maruko-chan and the Japanese voice for Minnie Mouse. And Iris from Rockman X4. And guess who played Panity?
Wasabi Misuta?
That is correct. Guess who Wasabi Mizuta is?
Wait, Panity? Wasabi Mizuta.
Does that sound familiar?
Note that I'm not familiar with like voice actor names.
Okay, maybe I'll give you a hint. Dun 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 dun. From some of our childhood memories.
Childhood memories.
心の中いつも描いてる
Doraemon?
Yup! That's right! Mizuta Wasabi, aka the voice of Doraemon herself, did the voice for Panity in this game. I am not kidding you when I say that. Let that sink in, Papa Pao-kun. Thoughts?
Speechless.
I know. Speechless.
I'm just speechless.
Doraemon actually got to voice Panity in this game. So we got a mix of the compile staff, the general compile staff, and some celebrity casting at the time. That was impressive.
Oh my god.
I am surprised that, considering their budget at the time, like their situation, their financial struggles, they were able to get these two into their cast.
My god.
So yeah, with that being said, just to review, the animation is gorgeous. The music gave us some great songs like Treasure Hunter that would be later chronicled on into other games, like Puyo Puyo 7, Puyo Puyo Tetris, Tetris 2, Chronicle as well. And it's got a very interesting and great concept that takes it in a more dark, like sort of a more dark direction that kind of ties in between Madou Monogatari and Puyo Puyo. But unfortunately, the skill system is very imbalanced. Some of the characters are OP to the point where you want to use them more rather than, as opposed to others. The story, while good in concept, is kind of dull. Not very fun. It's not very funny, it doesn't really seem to have an identity on which one it wants to be, whether it wants to be more Mado Monogatari based or if it's more Puyo. Leading to somewhat of a tonally confused, but also lack of focus movie with a incomplete story that left a lot of questions that kind of led to the disappointment of fans.
Yeah.
And with that being said, are you ready for the cream of the crop? Are you ready to see what is on the #1 worst list?
Is it by far the worst?
In my opinion, and to a lot of people.
Oh boy.
Are you guys ready to see what I have for my #1 worst pick for Puyo Puyo?
Is it from is it like after the Fever era or before, like in the Compile era?
Gee, I wonder which... This one is kind of hard to describe. Well, no, actually it's not. I guess you can say it's in between those.
In between?
It's in between those.
Okay, let's see.
Are you guys ready? The number one worst title on my list for the Puyo Puyo series is 3, 2, 1 Minna de Puyo Puyo for the Game Boy Advance. Dun! Are you familiar with this game?
Hold on a minute. Oh yeah. Oh my god.
This game is awful. I played it when I was a kid and it's trash. I'm sorry. On both from a moral standpoint and from a structure standpoint. This game is awful.
Yeah, I did not play this, but I remember someone did. And I gotta say, music is by far the worst standpoint.
There's not even original music.
Yeah, that's sad in my opinion.
Yeah, so in 2001, Compile officially shut down their company, and literally all of the rights to Puyo Puyo were officially under the control of Sega and Sonic Team. So Sega and Sonic Team were now in charge of continuing the legacy of the franchise. Now the very first thing that came out of Sega at the time was this game, and while no, just no. I'm not even gonna defend it that much. It's a half-assed cardboard carbon copy of the original games. The main impression, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. It literally felt like Sega was just trying to get the basics of the Puyo Puyo franchise down, so that way they can get a better grasp of the franchise. For later on, try it out. But it literally just took the concepts of the game and just stuck it up there like a standee. Like, just add the characters, add the plaster, add the Puyo functions, add the Tsu features, add the music, that's it. That's literally what it feels like.
Yeah. And by the looks of it, I'm seeing in the gameplay itself, there's no X mark at the whole, board thing.
Well, the X mark wasn't a thing until Fever, remember. That wasn't even available in the original Puyo games.
Really?
No, it wasn't. But yeah, this game, the controls for this game, ugh. The controls are on par with Box. I'd have to say it's probably worse than Box. I would even go as far as say that. And the overall momentum of pretty much everything in this game is just horrible. Like, from the timing, from when you land your Puyos down to the chain combos, to the mode selection screen, even for the story. The story's pacing is just, ugh. It's not good. Like, literally as the story progresses, like literally when the story progresses in different, it goes by chapter, by chapter, by chapter. And it kind of takes the format of like the first Puyo Puyo game in terms of like having a set story. But once the first chapter ends, it immediately takes you to the top, to the high score entry, like to the high score entry box, like the high score entry option, you know what I mean? Where you enter your name, your initials, and your place based on your score. And it takes you all the way to the title screen. And you have to start, and you basically have to select the story mode option and then go back to chapter, then go to the next part over again.
Oh my god.
It's annoying. Yeah, momentum is trash in this game.
Oh yeah, I don't know why that phrase itself just gives you Puyo Puyo fever kind of thing if you know that kind of game.
Yeah, that's the thing too. The title's not even original either. Like, it's literally the name of a multiplayer. It's literally the name of a multiplayer option, like one of the options that you do for multiplayer Puyo Puyo games. That's been a thing since what? Yon and Sun? And 2, for that matter. I mean, no, that was actually a thing in Puyo Puyo 1. Like, literally, it's Story de Puyo Puyo, Futari de Puyo Puyo, Minna de Puyo Puyo. So it's literally the title is just the name of the option that you do when you play towards other people. But you know what the irony behind that is? Despite the title, this game is entirely single player. Unless you have that Game Boy, because it's released on the Game Boy Advance, unless you have that multiplayer mode system where you connect your Game Boy Advance consoles with a cord, you're not able to do free play. Like, literally the only thing you can do is like endless and then story mode, and you can only play as Arl. You're unable to play as any other character outside of multiplayer. Let that sink in.
That sucks.
So yeah, the plot for this game is Arl and Satan are running off. Like Arl and Carbuncle are just doing their thing, and then Carbuncle picks up something off of the floor and eats it. But when Arl chucks it out of him, it turns out to be a mysterious golden bar with a strange marking on it. And then all of a sudden, a parade shows up, and Carbuncle, for no reason, decides to charge off. So Arl goes off on an adventure to try and figure out what this gold plate is, and to find Carbuncle, leading to a series of adventures from there. And how the rest of the plot goes is that Arl has to find 6 signs in order to complete, like, each of the golden bars represents a sign. Like, you see right there, that, like, on that one, it has, like, a beginner's mark right there, Shoshinsha. You have to collect all 6 of them in order to create a secret message, according to what Satan did. And once you complete them, it will unlock a particular message. Now, the story... You know what? I'm just gonna cut to the chase. The 6 marks were literally just a bunch of bars blocked together to create a special invitation ticket for Arl and Carbuncle to basically spend a 3-day vacation at a hotel resort at Satan's special hotel. Arl's obviously disgusted and chucks it over at Satan's head.
Yeah, that's pretty much the time for you.
But yeah, as far as the story goes, it's not funny, it's very dull, and literally all the characters are just literally showing up in just like one picture frame. Like, both in the cutscene and within battle. Like, it's literally the same face. Same face, same structure, same body. Just plaster them on the screen, and then that's it. So there's very little animation. Hardly any expression at all. And you just have to read the text and imagine what their body and animations and facial expressions of their animations would look like. I mean, I guess you can make the same argument about like PNG, kind of like PNG tubing in this case, considering mine just has this face right now. I can't blame myself for that, but at the same time, I get it. But for Puyo Puyo, that kind of takes away from the whole spending time with the spending time watching the character's perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there are no original songs in this game.
And that I'm already not sold. Just no original music.
But yeah, all in all, this game lacks any sense of originality in terms of Puyo Puyo, and just felt like it was used as a cardboard model by Sega in order to create the rest of the game, in order to set as a template or a paperweight in this case a paperweight for their future games. The end result is it ends up in a very dull experience, a very dull, unengaging, very bonking experience. To the point where it's just not fun, and you can't. And despite and it has a very unoriginal and ironic title as well, considering that unless you have that whole multiplayer cord thing that you connect the two consoles with, you're unable to do multiplayer, and you can't play as anybody but Arl. That's really stupid. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And for the good qualities, I tried. Believe me, I tried. But I can literally only find one redeeming quality for this game. One. Just one. And that is the Puyotsu song, the songs that came from Puyotsu and Nazo Puyo that are included in here, they have a decent remix. That's it. That's really all I can say. That's the one redeeming quality that I can find for this thing. But all in all, Minna de Puyo Puyo, this game is awful. It's a soulless half-ass cardboard printout that was mostly used as a paperweight for Sega, and it doesn't have the spirit of the Puyo Puyo series. It lacks originality and any sort of motivation to play the game whatsoever. So I really recommend a skip on this one.
Yeah.
So with that being said, that's all of my choices for the top 5 worst.
Whew.
Whew, boy. That was very interesting. What were your guys' thoughts on the worst portion? While you're doing that, I'm gonna get some water.
Yeah, same here.
ちょっと見せておってきます。結構喋りまくってたので、英語全然慣れてないのに、必死な動力を尽くしてさ、そこまで解説語らせてもらったんだから、まあ、なんとなく満足してきたんだよね。十分な満足ができたんだよ。ただ、もし日本人の方が来てくれれば、もっと日本語で解説をしてみたかったんだけど、ずっと日本語で解説できればと思ってたんだけどさ、できるだけ視聴者人数次第からちょっとやっぱりスラスラとペラペラとやっぱりその方がスラスラとペラペラと言えるかもしれないけど、理解していただけないないとかないという方々が今視聴していただいているわけだから、まあしょうがないね。いざという時からやればいいと思うんだよね。はい、とりあえずちょっと水分取ってきます。
Okay, so yeah. Any thoughts? Any of you guys have thoughts about the worst 5? Honestly, yeah. I would say from all of this, the worst has to be Minna de Puyo Puyo. Just by that alone already describes everything. One thing that's real disappointing from my own perspective is there no original BGM. Yeah, that's just pretty disappointing. But honestly, the one that is the least disappointing has to be the least disappointing, it has to be Chronicles. Chronicles is by far the least disappointing.
Hi, tadaima.
Righty. Yeah. I gotta say, yeah, I just said that, yeah, Mina de Puyo Puyo is the worst, but for me, the least worst has to be Puyo Puyo Chronicles.
I think that's fair. Chronicle has the spirit and the bass down.
Yeah.
It knows what it wants to be. Chronicle knows what it wants to be, and what it it took a lot of risks to make it the game that it really set out to to become. And I think Chronicle does deserve that, deserve a little bit more praise for its new design.
Yeah. Okay, Lizzie said it's got a cute art style though.
Meh. Yeah, I guess.
Well,
it's very cardboard though.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how the only one of these I've played so far is Chronicles, and I got Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 if that counts. Chronicles is still fun to pick. Yeah, Chronicles is fun to pick up and play occasional though. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I will admit. Chronicle isn't without its fun parts.
Yeah, so yeah, Chronicles is by far the least worst.
I agree. It's got its heart in the right place. It took some risks and it did well at doing so. But it just had a very generic nature from its story mode. And well, just a few less game modes. And unfortunately it did, warrant it being on the list. Because mainly it was the fact that there was already a Puyo Puyo game. There was already a Puyo Puyo, like an original game, like outside of Mado Monogatari that already executed the RPG function a lot better.
Yeah.
And
oh yeah, I completely forgot to mention another tactic mechanics for Chronicles. Has anybody ever known the back attack?
The back attack. Oh, Seisei Kogeki. Yes. Common feature in RPGs now too.
Yeah, in Chronicles, yeah, if you do a back attack, you get extra stacks. Yeah, you get of course, you go face to face to the opponent, and then they'll drop some normal stacks for normal chains, 3 chains. But then if you back attack, you can do more than 3 chains.
Yeah.
But that also goes vice versa. You could get ambushed by enemies as well. If they back attack you, you will automatically take damage, and Ojama Puyo will drop instantly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a good feature. That is actually a unique feature that Chronicle did put into the RPG fanatic, though. I mean, that doesn't change the fact that Box still executed it a lot better, especially considering with the way that the characters were, the chains were set up. It didn't exactly make for good practice for Puyo Puyo. By having already a set of Puyo clusters pop up, and you would just have to figure out how to arrange it from there. Make a chain from there. Whereas with Box, you can just basically start from there at equal levels.
Yeah. So basically it's just for Chronicles is beginners.
Yeah. Box is highly recommend for the real, for the more pure Puyo Puyo, but very creatively executed RPG. So I still recommend Box.
Pure skills.
I still recommend Box. It gives you a good challenging set of dungeons and a good atmosphere to it implements all of the abilities that you do use in general Puyo Puyo into an RPG setting, and it really tests your problem solving skills as well. Well, I guess you can say your puzzling skills. That's how I would say it. That's for another problem solving for another title. But anyway, you guys ready to see what's on my best list?
Ooh, let's see.
さあ、準備はいいかな？これからは、ワーストの一覧は全部クリアできた、全消し、つまり全クリアができたわけなので、早速、ベストの一覧のハローに移りたいと思い、ベストの一覧のご紹介に移りたいと思います。早速、第5位。Number 5 is Super Nozzle Puyo. Super Nozzle Puyo, ルルのル。I completely understand how unexpected this would be. Technically, this is a spin-off, but the reason why it does count on this list is that it actually still does the Puyo Puyo it still utilizes the Puyo Puyo mechanics, and it is still part of the Puyo canon. But trust me when I say, the idea of it being a spin-off is very slim compared to what the rest of the game has to offer. In this game, Arl and Rulu are the main, and this is actually an adapted version of the original Nozzle Puyo Arudu no Ru, but it includes both a upgraded version of Arudu's story and includes Ruru's side of the story. Both characters set off on journey to gather supplies to make their ultimate curry recipes. Because we do love curry here in Japan, let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
And they meet with certain characters and they go all sorts of certain shops. And in order to gain their ingredients, they have to win at a series of puzzling problems utilizing the Puyos. The charm that I really think makes this game a true gem is how it really utilizes not really helps you out with, like, not only does it really help you with building up with really helping you test your problem solving skill, like really utilizing your problem solving skills to beat the game, but it also, this is a really, really good model and example for developing the mindset to create large Puyo Puyo chains. Like, the reason is because every match has something different to offer and unique, and it really makes you want to think, like, how can I do this? How can I make a chain where these Puyos can topple off of one another in this sort of chain, even with Ojama Puyos in the way? And how can I do it like this? How can I have them all pile up on one another to make a perfect? What can I do? What can I stack on top of this guy to get over here? Just that sort of thing.
It trains you.
It really trains your brain. Problem-solving skills and puzzling skills. Also, Vice is here! How you doing? Did you get the chance to see what was on our worst list? How you doing, my boy? I wonder what's for dinner. Curry! Well, that's easy. The answer here is curry. But yeah, this game, I apparently have to say that this game this game is on my best list for this particular reason. It really tests your brain, and it is such a great example for helping you become a great Puyo Puyo player. And it's not just that either. Like, all of the questions that show up are actually decently balanced and are appropriate for each level. Like, they give you enough to start training for like a certain difficulty, and then as you advance further on into other characters, the difficulty starts going up, and they're actually fair for each level. Very fair, and fair is real. And yeah, how basically the format goes is that each of the characters, like Arl and Rulu, they meet up with them. They interact with every character, and that's how the Puyo matches start. But they don't fight each other. They give them a sense of problems in exchange for curry, like in exchange for curry ingredients. Just got here from my Sunday job, having a decent day so far. Nice. How'd the job go? But yeah, and in terms, yeah, I just can't stress enough how good of a practice this game is. And there's also another mode in this game too called Lensa no Michi, and it focuses heavily on like in case you're struggling with certain problems, like you can't figure out how to like you're trying to stack on top of stack a certain amount of Puyos, or try and figure out the time. You know, that you want to use this particular Puyo, or wait for this particular, use this particular Puyo for a particular chain. Try and figure out how you identify timing of said Puyo to come out, the chain of events, literal chain of events. And it gives you plenty of room and plenty of resources and enough tries, and for you to practice until you can figure out your own way to get through the level. So you don't have to worry. And with this game, as long as you're, with this game in your hands, you can officially let go of your worries. You can let go of your worries about growing or struggling with certain areas. You can let your brain loose while also stimulating your mind to really try really try different things, and to look at Puyo and certain chain styles in a completely different way, making it a very engaging, very engaging, very stimulating environment, as well as giving a very in-tone and stylized, nostalgic environment for Puyo fans. And like I said, since this is actually a more polished version of the original Puyo Puyo, like the original Nazo Puyo, it actually corrected, even then, Nazo Puyo had very little flaws. Very little. I wasn't really able to find that many flaws in this game, either. But even a lot of the stuff that was considered good were actually maximized out in this game. Super Famicom, the original Nazo Puyo was released on Game Gear, but this one was released on Super Famicom. So it's got a lot bit more hands-on, more comfortable controls. And again, the amount of questions that they have, the volume, and the fact that they're able to adapt, the fact that they're able to really set an appropriate level for, an appropriate difficulty level for each segment with stimulating challenges is very impressive. And then there's the soundtrack. Still got the energetic tone of the original series, and as well as ones that are popular enough to appear later on in future games made by that were going to be made by Sega. And yes, like I said, it did make some sort of a reappearance in Minna de Puyo Puyo, but again, that game was trash. Now, for any subpar qualities? Well, really, considering Nazo Puyo's theme on how it's more focused on the whole puzzle solving aspect and developing the mindset for building bigger chain combos, there is no two-player function. And because it's basing more of its format off of Super Puyo Puyo for the Super Famicom, you're not able to use the quick turn function. But yeah, really, other than that, there's really not much flaws with this game. There's really just multiplayer. That's really just lack of multiplayer and not being able to use quick turn, but really, other than that, this is a very educated and very skilly educational video game that I highly recommend playing if you want to become a better Puyo player. This game will be a great example. It's a very good mental training room to build your skills. And here you can just relax your mind, let go of your worries about not being able to grow or not being able to figure out how to do certain chain combos. This game will put you in the right direction. Therefore, in my opinion, this is one of the absolute best Puyo Puyo games. What do you think, Pao?
Yeah, that basically, yeah. This game is great for like beginners to basically train for like a training.
Yeah, they have good interactions too with each other, like, and how like it's very similar to like how Puyo Puyo works as well, with like certain characters appearing at like the end as well. Like say when you get higher in the levels, you come across Zol Daimao, Minotaurus. Let's see, Shezo, and of course Satan. As usual. And they end up making some really good curry. And for Arl's story, spoiler alert, after all that trouble Arl did for creating their ultimate curry, Carbuncle just snarfs it in one shot.
I mean, it's not even a surprise at this point.
Yeah, he's basically Puyo Puyo Kirby. He'll just eat everything. He can eat anything.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one ending, like one of the animated endings for a certain Madonna Monogatari game. Arl was searching all over the world for a Makyo shop, and after all the efforts, Arl managed to find one shop left, and Carbuncle decided to jump forward, and he ate the entire shop.
What?
He literally just put the entire shop in his mouth and managed to stuff it inside his little body.
The digestive system of this little dude is insane.
Oh my god. So, let's see what we have for number 4. What is number 4 on my best list? What do you guys think?
Number 4. That's a good one. Is it from Kampal area? Era?
Gee, I can't say. Want me to
You
just
know
say?
what? I don't know what's the specific, but I'm gonna guess it's from Kampal era.
Take any guesses you want. I'm gonna allow this time to for you to guess which title it is. さーて、要因となっているベストのタイトルは一体何なんでしょう。ぜひともコメント欄のところに当ててみてください。コメント欄の方から当ててみてください。The suspense between games is killing me. いやー、ゲームタイトルの選定からすごいテンションが上がってくる。だってさ、すごいテンションが上がってくる。
You know what? I'm gonna take a gander that it's... I don't know, but I'm gonna take a gander that it's Super Puyo Puyo 2 for the Super Famicom. Dang it. Am I close though?
Also, keep in mind that the games that are counting on this list, all of the Puyo Puyo games are going to be ranked and counted as a whole, not by their ports. Because if we were counting them by their ports, we would have an unlimited amount of of a lot of the same games that would appear. You know, because Puyo Puyo 2 has like endless amounts of titles, like endless amount of ports. I'm talking about as a whole, the titles as a whole.
Okay, so Super Puyo Puyo 2 is out of the question, so...
I'm not gonna say what generation it is.
Oh, dang. Okay, I've got no idea if that's the case.
First, just name any ones that come to mind. Don't think, just say them. 言ってみ。何も考えたりもせずに言ってみ。
You know what? Lizzie Dash just said, honestly, I just want to see Puyo Puyo Fever on the best list somewhere. That's your favorite one? Then, yeah.
So what do you think? Is it Fever?
It could be Fever, honestly.
But...
Yeah, I should have known. Something about the Puyo Puyo Fever feels a little off, though.
Yeah, just name any title you know. Just don't think about it. Just first one comes to mind. You can do it. Just think. Well, no, don't think. Just say.
Puyo Puyo 15th anniversary.
Dun-dun! That's correct!
Yes!
Puyo Puyo 15th... Number 4 is Puyo Puyo 15th anniversary.
Oh my god! I literally called that! Oh my god!
See how fun that was? Oh my god.
Oh my goodness! Yes!
See?
Oh my god, yes. 15th anniversary. I freaking love this game. So
Let her
anyone who might not know,
Take it away.
This is my second in history of Puyo Puyo. This is my second Puyo Puyo game that I've ever played other than Puyo Puyo Fever 1. So basically my history is I played Puyo Puyo Fever 1 on the DS, and then when I got my PSP with PlayStation Portable, I got this. This is my second Puyo Puyo game. And after that, I got Puyo Puyo Fever 2 for the PSP. So yeah, the history is I got Puyo Puyo Fever on my DS. I got this game for my PSP. Yes!
Oh man, those were some good memories.
Okay, so let me see here. Yes, old and new rules galore. Indeed, we have some classical Puyo Puyo 2. Like, yeah, Puyo Puyo 2 rules of the gameplay. And Puyo Puyo Fever rules. And some new modes where they created the new types of modes here. Like the ice mode. And then my most despised game mode, the water mode. I do not like this.
I'll get to that later. But for right now, let her rip, pal. Let her rip.
Yes. Alright. So we have all new galore. Old and new modes. Yes. Where they have a bunch of types of modes. The way to activate the new modes is by playing this whole story mode kind of thing. You play your characters, and then there's like a roulette of modes that you can pick. Before you know what the modes are, they were all question marks. The only way to get the new modes, by clicking on the question mark at the precise timing, you unlock the mode. And then you can keep on playing the mode over and over whenever you like in the free play section. This is basically the story mode section. But man, the modes are real.
And
They're too real. Oh my god. Yeah, they have the ice mode, the water mode, they have the spin, the rotate screen, and then the treasure mode, and then the endless fever. The endless fever mode!
Oh man.
Every time I wanna play this game, the reason why I like this game a lot is because I can play endless fever mode in the story mode.
And the thing I'd like to mention, the fever mode theme song for this game is fan-frickin' incredible.
The fever mode theme for this game is fire. It's a banger, bomb, whatever you want to call it.
Like, I've never been so excited in a video game before, like that much, with such an extreme high-tension soundtrack, like what the fever mode for this game has. And it's to the point where I'm so glad they brought it back in Puyo Puyo Esports.
Holy. Oh yeah, I completely forgot to mention about the flashlight mode. The flashlight mode is a new feature that has never yet. The flashlight mode. the flashlight mode basically like there's like a flashlight thing from above. But another great thing about flashlight mode is there is fever mode in flashlight mode.
It's true.
The problem about that, I'm not gonna say what the problem. Yeah, you know what? A little bit of a problem with flashlight mode, fever mode, is that they decrease the amount of time for that fever mode.
Yes. Well, then again, that kind of compensates for the whole flashlight aspect.
Yeah, that kind of do compensate for the flashlight mode. They have the what was it? Like the quiz mode. Yeah, the quiz mode.
Yeah. Actually, that's actually the Nazo Puyo feature I was telling you about.
Oh yeah, it is the Nazo Puyo mode.
Yeah, that's where Nazo Puyo, Super Nazo Puyo and Super Nazo Puyo and Super Nazo Puyo is where the quiz mode originated from.
Ah, right. And then yeah, they added that another new mode, the bomb mode.
Bombs? You want them? They're yours, my friend. As long as you have enough Puyos.
Yeah, so the bomb mode, basically, if it explodes, it will turn into like a... still don't know what's the canon name of like the... I don't know what's the name of the Ojama Puyo that... I usually call it solid Ojama Puyo.
Solvent, yeah?
No, not solvent, solid.
Oh, solid. Ah, they got Puyo. Oh, yeah, soka.
But what's the name of the whole like cube like Ojama Puyo?
What, the Iwa Puyo?
Oh, yeah, like the Ojama Puyo, but that's been like square. Like you need to pop the Puyo next to it twice.
Isn't that like Iwa Puyo? Like.
Oh yeah, it is
Iwa
Iwa Puyo.
That's Iwa Puyo.
Wait, but that's the Ojama Puyo, the red one, right?
That's the red. Yeah, the red one.
Oh no! It's not that one. It's the one that when the bomb explodes, right? The bomb explodes like there's a counter on the bomb.
Oh. Oh. Okay. I think that's. So then I think that. そうあれは岩ぷよだと思ってたんだけどさ。ぷよぷよバックダウンワクワク。
Yeah, like the bomb explodes and turns your color Puyo into like a stronger type of Ojama Puyo.
Yeah.
I do not know what its actual name is.
Back down, wack wack.
But yeah, a lot of new modes, which I was so... First time knowing those new modes, I was like, okay, interesting. And then what else? Yes, Compile era Puyo characters. They have Seizo, Tsukitodara. By the way, Tsukitodara is by far my least favorite character. Zoidaimao, Rulu, and Satan. Now the thing is about Satan, Satan. If you fight Satan in specific characters, you can fight Satan in specific ones, like Oshare Bones, for example. Oshare Bones at the last part, it will be Satan. But the thing is, if you fight him, your Puyos will drop very fast if you fight against him.
Well, then again, that's usually the standard for final bosses in Puyo Puyo. Like back in Compile.
Yeah, but it's mostly against Satan, honestly.
That's actually been a thing since Compile, so they brought that, if you think about it, they brought that back in 15th.
Yeah, kind of like a reminiscent, you can kind of say.
Yep. They even did a remixed version of Satan's final boss theme as well.
Yes, what was it called again? What was it called? The final moment what?
Final of Puyo Puyo.
Final of Puyo Puyo, yes. I freaking loved it.
That was my favorite song when I was a kid! Like, when I played Puyo Puyo all the time when I was a kid since I was in 2nd grade, and that Final of Puyo Puyo was my favorite battle, like one of my favorite battle themes in that entire franchise. To the point where
so good.
they even used it in box as well. And the remix that they did for it was, ooh boy. And they brought it back in 15th anniversary.
Yes, 50th anniversary, man.
15th anniversary's music is phenomenal. It's phenomenal in terms of its high tension.
Yes, absolutely.
Like even Rulu's, I have to say, it's a mix of, it's half original and half brought back from Super Nazo Puyo. That was actually the mid boss theme from Super Nazo Puyo. And they used and the fact that they used it as Rulu's theme for this game actually just makes the hype even bigger.
Man, oh man. Alright.
Bringing all the characters back to life. And
oh yeah, about Zodaimao. If you placed a Puyo, the Puyo will create a shaking quake with the sound effect, which is kind of funny.
Well, again, just like with Satan's fast dropping sequences, they used that exact same feature in both Tsu, Puyo Puyo 1, Puyo Puyo 2, and pretty much every game he appeared in. So that's been a thing with Daimao for a long time.
Yeah, which I thought it was kind of really funny with when he put the Puyo skill Dawn. It was really awesome. It was really good.
いやー、懐かしい思い出ばかり重ねてるんだな、このシリーズ。PS2 版もよくやってたんだし、Wii も特に。God, memories are coming back when I used to play this on Wii.
Oh man, and the story mode cutscenes and voice acting is great as usual. Yes, it is very good. Story mode cutscene, of course, it's kind of like this, but I like this. I like this.
But yeah, I gotta say, I have a funny story about the story mode. So, I played Puyo Puyo. I basically spent the majority of my high school years playing Puyo Puyo. It got me through high school, especially since I was living in a completely different country, at the time, the United States. And Puyo Puyo was one of the games that really got me through there. In addition to Taiko no Tatsujin, with the games that I did have. And that's where I met Ryuzaki. Did I tell you that?
No.
That's where I met Ryuzaki. I met him over in the States. And I introduced him to Puyo Puyo. In the Japanese class that we would take together, even though I'm a native, I went there anyways. I introduced him to Puyo Puyo, and there was actually a game club that they had over there too. And since I had this game on PS2 at the time, so I brought it from Japan, I introduced him to the cutscenes here, and that's actually one of the reasons why I put that scene from Shezo in particular. There were some scenes that Ryuzaki and I would watch, and that scene of Shezo's encounter with Donguri Gairu was hilarious. Ryuzaki and I burst in laughter from the moment Shezo said, "Kawaii na! Oh my god! Oh my god! Maji de hoshii!
Which I thought it was great, by the way.
Like after the Maji de hoshii part and Donguri Gairu's reaction with the garbled text coming up, Ryuzaki burst in laughter. That was hilarious.
That was great.
Kawaii na!
Oh my god.
Maji de hoshii!
Yeah.
See right there! Koi boo-boo! Get on!
Anyway, so yeah. So you basically said your origin, how you got introduced to Puyo Puyo. I actually got introduced to Puyo Puyo because of one of my One-san had a DS that played the normal Puyo Puyo Fever. Was that she's like a normal player, not very good with chains, so she introduced me to it, and I was like, okay. I'm like, yeah, I'm not that pro either. I couldn't even make a chain or so yeah, kind of a newbie player back then. But Puyo Puyo is the one game category. Puyo Puyo itself is the game that literally makes me, first of all, a childhood game, of course, and
Yep,
also
me too.
is the one game that actually makes me like make me do brain training for puzzles and whatnot, like jigsaw puzzle, any type of puzzle. That this game trains me on that.
I know. I love this game.
This thing is by far Puyo Puyo. The game itself, we're going off topic from this whole topic, best and worst. Puyo Puyo game in general is by far my life changer.
Speaking of, I like Lizzie Dash's idea here. I hope you make a ranking stream for Taiko Games someday. You know, I was actually thinking about that as well, and a top 5 best in, like top 5 best Taiko villains. Now, continue?
That would be interesting. Maybe you can include one of my videos or streams in that video or stream someday.
Yeah, that I could. I can, actually. I might do top 5 best villains for Taiko no Tatsujin, obviously. Anyway, so yeah, let's talk about the game's flaws.
Yeah.
Because-
Story cutscenes are very repetitive in the background. Yeah, the background is always the same. The only like sometimes changes, but still the same is the background itself, and then like the background in the morning. And the morning and the afternoon is basically the same thing. But the evening it becomes orange, and then the night it becomes purple. Yeah, it's repetitive at times. Yeah, it is repetitive. And the soundtrack of the whole cutscene itself is very repetitive to the point that you could get boring. Sometimes you just want to skip. Sure.
Yeah. But then again, yeah, they're going with the whole setting that for Puyo Puyo 15th, there is a Puyo tournament going on where if you clear all of the courses, you gain a medal that grants you one wish of any type.
Yes.
But that doesn't excuse the fact that, yeah, the background cutscenes and the music and the songs that would play are extremely repetitive. It's literally the same song and the same background. Only one time it changes. Yeah. And that's for reintroducing the compiled Madou Monogatari characters back to life, like Shezo, Rulu, Satan, Zoldaimao, Nasu Grave.
Yeah, but still, even though repetitive though, first time listening to it, it's kind of catchy.
It is, yeah.
Yes, and then number 2, even for the character who did get their wishes, a lot of them, did up out of left field, never mentioned again later on. That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just say, there are some examples, like, there are a lot of characters that end up not getting their wishes, like Sig. The biggest example I can say is Sig. Sig wanted an entire forest filled with bugs for him to explore, but the medal denied it because the medal has a conscience saying that it doesn't like bugs. So that was kind of a selfish regulation from the medal, despite despite Sig's efforts.
Yeah.
And there's also, there is one that does work that is mentioned later on in Puyo Puyo 7. Satan originally had an idea for his goal to become, to make to get into Arl's pants, but despite that, he ends up making a wish of becoming accidentally making a wish of becoming a principal of a school. And the fact that it is mentioned later on again in Puyo Puyo 7 actually does show that the medal actually did gain his wish, even if it wasn't something he didn't, if it wasn't something that he actually wished for, like, in his heart. But there were other times where we hear them granted, but they're never mentioned again and just kind of tossed out.
Yeah.
They're not mentioned again in 7 or 20th.
Yeah, kind of left out.
I mean, it's not Puyo Puyo bad. It's just one of those things where it's just kind of left for our imagination. I mean, there's nothing wrong with leaving things to context for our imagination to picture what these characters are, you know, to picture what these, you know, the aftermath of their wishes. At the same time, kind of want to see, you know, like some sort of form in later games, you know? And then there's the whole unlocking. Then there's the whole unlocking system for this game. It's very. It's extremely scattered.
Yeah, it's super scattered because, like for example, you want to unlock, for example, Seizo. You have to play as this character, but Seizo is only available in Seizo is like the last boss, and then you want to unlock Satan. I think Satan's specific last boss for like Rideru, Oshari Bones, and Zodaimao, and then other characters, and then as well as Ruru. Same for like specific characters, last boss. The only way to get those guys is you play a specific character, and that is kind of too specific.
Yeah, and a lot of them literally don't have anything to do with the character you play as either. It's just random. They're just randomly throw the character. They just randomly have the character unlocked for just playing this guy without any relation to, you know, the character you're playing as. I mean, if you were playing as Arl and you unlocked either like what, Shezo or Rulu, that would make sense considering they were the main protagonists for Madou Monogatari and the original Puyo Puyo to begin with. But like other than that though, there's really no reason. It's just completely scattered.
Yeah, pretty much. And then yes, some flack from fans for not including characters from previous titles. Yeah, where is Cerily? Where's Blackness? Where's Harpy?
Yeah, and where are some of the fever characters too, like Taru or Gogote or Gogoto or Hohodori?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad they got Barudan. I'm glad they got Baldander's back.
Barudanda.
Barudandas.
Oh yeah, where is Frankenstein?
Yeah, Kozure Franken. Where are the Frankenstein fans? Where's the Frankensteins? Yeah, they were never brought back in.
Yeah.
It's like, where'd they go?
Yeah, that's kind of a little bit of a flack, but the number one flack that I despise the most.
Here we go.
The underwater rule.
Worst
That mode is by far in the history of Puyo Puyo is by far the worst. Why? As you can pretty much see after this and this, right? This one is because the Puyos are, first of all, I kind of understand why the Jama Puyo does not drop until it's like a one full big one. It kind of gives you a little bit of like a pity. You have to be careful. But the mechanic itself is not the best at all. Like the balancing of like how your Puyo drop is not good. Especially how you pop it, you cannot chain properly. It's
it's a mess.
Yikes. It's just not good. I do not recommend that. But if you want to 100% the game, you have to. If you want to 100% the game like I did, you need to get the underwater rule, beat it once in the story mode, and don't ever touch that mode ever again.
Pretty much. 水中モードはできるだけ近寄らない。なんか一括やって解禁してからそれ以上やらない方がいいと思いますよ。絶対やらない方がいい。
Yeah. and especially like the export is literally in one whole line. So if you're at the bottom and you misplace just one mistake in any direction, you are going to lose.
Yep. Very, yeah. But it basically sank to the bottom of the ocean with fans. So thankfully it was never used again.
Whew. Good thing it's only in this game, because if it was in the other games, oh no!
Nope. But yeah, with all that said, Puyo Puyo 15th Anniversary is a amazing game, loaded to the brim with tension, high energy, new and old game rules, fast, fun cutscenes, a great setting, an amazing fever mode theme, by the way, funny cutscenes, and just the tension, fever time.
The fever music, oh my goodness.
I love it so much. It's one of the most exciting songs I've ever heard. Now, with that said, do we want to make a guess on what number 3 is? Because once we start hitting number... I'll start... It's going to be a lot more clear once we hit number 2. So, want to make this one a guess? Those of you in the comment section, please feel free to post your opinion on what you think is the third best on this list.
I was about to say Puyo Puyo Fever 2. I was about to say Fever 2.
Jajan!
I was about to say Fever 2, but I was like, I'm second guessing it might be 1.
You just guessed the right answer on the first go. Number 3 on this list is Puyo Puyo Fever 2.
Yes!
This game is a masterpiece. This game is a platinum gem. Let me say that right now. これはまさに全世界の中に隠れている輝かしい宝石なんだ。まったくだ。
Yes! Oh my god. Yes. Yes. Fever 2. Yes. Okay.
Yes. This game has the absolute best story mode and the most expertly crafted story in any of the generations combined.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I cannot wait to explain one of my favorite things about this game. One of my favorite things. As you can see right now. I'm not gonna say what it is, but this is one of them. This scene right here is one of them. If you know what I'm talking about, let me explain to you right now. First of all, a hidden gem that established the Fever series as its own universe, separate dimension from the Monogatari series. Yeah, Monogatari series. So yes, like it's completely different from Monogatari story, basically Aru's story. No, this is completely different, and it's, oh my goodness, this is so good. It's not like Fever where you just like repeat, like you lose, you repeat to the back to the beginning. No, not like that. There's like this whole thing that you could do, like a lot of things that you could do in this one specific. Basically, like you can play as like in the Fever 1, you can only play as Amity and Ravina. Yeah, Amity and Ravina. Yeah, Amity and Ravina. But in this game, you can play as Amity, Ravina, and Shigu.
Yes. Now, this is a reason why... This is a main reason why... Well, I'm not gonna say... Yeah. This game... Let me just do a little explanation about, like, Fever. So, after the disaster that was Minna de Puyo Puyo, Sega took another step and decided to completely introduce the Puyo Puyo series into a completely new visual feel. Like, completely different animation style, very different looking characters. Like, they're very poppy looking, very bright colors.
Mm-hmm.
You know, very bright colors, and they look very similar to their Mado counterparts. And a lot of the thing about the first Puyo Puyo Fever is it's good. A lot of fans were very skeeved out by the changes.
Oh.
The reception was very mixed. I wouldn't say bad. It's not very good, not very well received at first either. Gameplay was good, but considering how like a lot of the new characters that were introduced at the time were very similar to their Mado Monogatari their Mado Monogatari counterparts, almost made it come off as what are they called? Like an asylum or knockoff of the original game. But then again, that did come to a close after Arl was proven to be actually in the game as well.
Yeah.
But the fact that she was reduced to a side character kind of pissed some people off.
Yeah, like this one, for example. How many throws like a freaking basin on her head?
No, that's actually not an issue. I'm talking about like Arl's reduction to a side character in the Fever game, like the first one.
Yeah, exactly. And we just see this right now. Just got back with a basin.
No, that was funny. I have to admit, that was definitely one of the funny cutscenes. So
yeah,
that used to make me laugh when I was in high school. So yeah, I used to play this on my PSP.
Yeah, that was good times. And also, every time you play against Aruru, you always get her to play the BGM. That song is so catchy, it's stuck in my head.
Well, and then in 15th anniversary, they finally got the other theme as well. Yeah.
Puyo Puyo. Oh, that's so good.
But yeah.
And oh my goodness. Alright, number 3. Players create a profile as a Primetown citizen, highly interactive environment with the character. Yes, you can have save files. Very good. It's not. You can have save files. You can save your progress anytime you like. And you can save up profiles. You basically play, and then save files and whatnot. And there is a shop option. There is a shop. Very nice. You can buy items. You can buy a bunch of stuff like that gives you an advantage in battles. Like for example, like instant like stacks for like 2, 3, 4 chains or whatnot. Very good. And then like some specific like a cane, I think, that instantly, if your opponent agrees with the condition, you can get instant fever right off the bat and destroy your opponent. Very snap.
Yeah. But yeah.
And then. Oh, you go first.
No, I was just gonna mention about the game's interactive environment. Because literally how it sets up, it's not your traditional go to the main menu, select, go to a shop and stuff. They literally have you create a card to the point where they're officially establishing you as a citizen of Primetown. Like, even though you're not creating like an original character, you're treated as a part of their town. And how the menu works is that they give you options of the places you can go to, like the school in order to start the story mode, the museum to check out your collection that you get,
the museum, and then the museum gives you like access to mini games.
The post office. Yeah, there's mini games as well, and there's also the post office as well. And literally, not only you get to talk with each of the characters at the different areas that you can select the modes, you can talk with them in person as if they were actually talking to you, but you can also get letters from them, as if they were literally directed towards you.
Yeah, you can either get letters, items, and even, a lot of stuff. And even this, massive, and especially another thing is that, there is also tower mode. Power
Oh my
mode.
god, with whole.
Yes.
I really enjoy.
Oh.
Yeah, Endless Fever and the Endless Fever theme song that they play there.
This game's Endless Fever is by far my personal favorite.
And how about that Fever theme song as well? It's a major improvement from the first game.
This game's Fever BGM is so hype.
Just like it's very on par with 15th Anniversary's theme. It just starts off very high and then it grows bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until it goes to that bam 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 part right there, and it just raises your energy.
Yes.
This theme is fucking awesome.
This is by far my favorite Fever theme out of all the Fever Fever themes. This one.
It's very awesome. Fanboy,
Oh, yeah.
fanboy.
Oh yeah, this game also introduces Lemris and Lemris' students.
Oh yeah, as Mysticord's like a student from another school. They're technically not a part of Primptown School. They're actually from a different area, but they do know they're actually from a different school outside of town. But they do know Mysticor very well. Akoro Sensei.
Yes.
And let me
Correct.
tell you, this game's story, it's like it does two things spectacular. Like, this is how you make a story in the modern day Puyo Puyo without being too on the nose about it. But not only do they establish their own not only do they establish Primptown as their own unique universe, rather than just as a Mado copy, which kind of unfortunately was a strong vibe from that was a strong reception from a lot of people with the first game. But it also comes with a very enticed and well-connected plot between all three characters. And they connect so well with one another to where each of the cutscenes are playing, you start wondering where the story starts connecting between one another. What clues do we need to pick up? What's a good time to just sit back and start laughing at the comical nonsense and the comical humor that's going on, like this scene between Amity and Aural?
Yeah, the basin.
And other parts where you try and connect the things together, like, why is this going on, and where's it gonna lead to? Like that scene where Sakana Oji just went past the museum.
Yeah.
And it leads to a very interesting conclusion with Ayashi Kuruge.
Oh, hold on. Now, don't say Ayashi Kurugu just yet. I want to discuss something about him.
You know what? Fire away.
Okay, first of all, before I go on that, of course, the massive collection features. Yeah, I forgot to mention that not many people know this. This game is called Puyo Puyo Fever 2, but it's actually spelled Chu by the term kid. Yeah, by the term kiss. Yes, by the term kiss. They actually added a new type of Ojama Puyo called the Chu Puyos.
That's right.
Yeah, so the only way to unlock the Chu Puyos, like if either you play the Chu Puyo in the tower, or you can actually get it by talking to who was it? Either Ravina or Oshare Bones, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
You can only get that if you talk to either Ravina or Oshare Bones in the Oshare Bones shop. You go to interact with someone, and then there's a potential chance you'll get a heart necklace. That heart necklace will allow you to access the feature of Chu Puyo. So basically, you click on that, your opponent agrees, and then you will basically drop True Puyos instantly, like, if I'm not mistaken, 2 to 3 lines of True Puyos instantly to your opponent's area, to your opponent's, like, whole thing. Which I kind of say is kind of pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of really cool. But yeah, another thing. Alright. The main thing I like about this game, they introduce my number one favorite Puyo Puyo character, Hayashi Kurugu. Oh my god, it is so cool. I'm fanboying over him every time.
He is a very fun villain character. And
by far my favorite. There. Oh, by the way, the one that's the True Puyos. The one that's like the heart lips kind of thing, Ojama Puyo thing. That's the True Puyos.
Yep. But yes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. About Hayashi Kurugu. Hayashi Kurugu, or like Strange Cloak if you want to call it like that, it's like it's like a dark side of, not dark side, it's like a basically Cloak possessed by this like demon. Like a demon, but then his original Cloak soul was like sealed inside his book. So basically, there's like that one Cloak spirit that's still like floating at the book, but then the Hayashi Kurugu, basically the final boss that basically looks so, and he's an edgelord, he's so cool, and I love him so much.
So basically, what Strange Klug is, he is actually literally the same. He is from the same race of demons that Sig's hand originate from.
This guy right here.
Originate from.
This guy right here. This guy right here. This guy right here.
Yeah, and his whole motive is that after taking over Klug and sealing him in his book, his whole goal is to completely merge with Sig's body, because he and Strange Klug because he shares the same body and race as Sig, race of demons.
Correct. Correct.
And his motives are to merge with him in order to become complete.
Yes, that is correct.
But in order to retain his form, he has to have 3 items, like in his possession. That's the moon.
Yeah.
That's the moon lantern, the star lantern. That is required to turn Sakana-Oji back into its fish form.
Correct.
An amulet. And another one is a shattered star in a bottle, like
moon fragment.
It's a moon fragment that basically grants you extended beauty. But if Strange Klug loses all 3 of those items, he'll return. The spell will be broken, and Klug will be and he will return to Klug's body.
Correct, which you can all see from Amiti's perspective once Amiti beats Strange Klug. So basically, how do you obtain those 3 items? The only way to obtain the Star Lantern is by playing as Sig. The only way to obtain the the Moon Fragment, is by playing as Ravina. The only way to obtain this amulet right here is to play as Amity. And you can see right here that Klug transformed back. Yeah, Strange Klug transformed back to Klug. And then there's Lemurs.
Technically, Strange Klug was sealed back into Klug's book, and Klug's soul was able to return back to his body.
Correct.
So it's basically a swap.
Yep.
And there's that whole, and it leaves and that's it too. Like, not only are these stories very well intertwined, but they also leave some very strong lines that connect into future games too. Like, like how Strange Klug mentioned that Sig literally carries the embodiment of the exact same monster race that he originates from, like with the arm and that little spooky blue entity that shows up behind him.
Yeah, the demons.
Yes. And that is mentioned and chronicled later on in 20th anniversary.
Yes. Oh, by the way, about that 6-1, like the red arms. That is actually Sig's glove.
That's not a glove, that's actually a demonic arm.
Weird, because if I'm not mistaken, in Puyo Puyo Tetris, they said that that's his glove.
A glove? It's been established from day one that it's a demonic arm. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why, honestly.
Anyway,
but, this man right here is my favorite. Shikuruku is my favorite character.
And they also introduced Lemres as well.
They introduced Lemres and the crew, and they also introduced Gogoto. Yeah, Gogoto.
Yeah, Gogoto, the
well.
cook, the eccentric cook. 特製スーパーあるよ。飲め飲め。
飲め。
飲め飲め飲め。元気になるよ。丈夫になるよ。ほらほら。I love it when he does the ほらほら. How his two.
I do not know.
It's nice that he likes cooking for people. But at the same time, like, especially in Rafina's story where he pulled that potion out of his pants, it's like, what? What? That's
sus. That's very sus.
He literally pulled it out of his pants, but the way his animation is done, too, is actually really funny as well. The way how he just bounces forward and just repeats a lot of the same words, but with different Japanese sentence ending particles. Kimi! Like, for instance... 君、疲れてるね。疲れてるな。疲れてるよ。これを食べれば元気になるよ。丈夫になるよ。ほらほら。
Oh my god, that is Gogoto. But anyways, of all the good qualities which I heavily enjoy, it's time to basically see what are the flaws. Now, yes, it is free play multiplayer function. Are in short supply. Yeah, not a lot of multiplayer at all. Back time that I played this on PSP. Yeah, of course, not as bad as either the DS or the Game Boy. So yeah, not as difficult trying to multiplayer. But it's more so a lot more on single player, just like, how it used to be, mostly single player. Like this is more on single player and story, because this game has the best story.
It has the absolute best story in the entirety of Puyo Puyo, in terms of structure, its setting, and how they enact the story.
Yes, that's crazy. Yeah, they have the best story to the point that, in my own brain, that we're just too distracted by the story, we completely forgot about multiplayer.
Yeah, that's basically it, but we really can't count that against the game. Like, it's just one of those games. It has such an amazing story to the point where, you don't really care. But at the same time, if you're looking to go in to do like a whole multiplayer with your friends sort of Puyo Puyo experience, it's just gonna be available in the Fever setting. You're not gonna be able to play in like Tsu or any other of the functions. It's completely focused on the Fever aesthetic. Now that said, though, it does compensate very well with its extremely interactive environment with the other characters. Amazing story as we continue to gush.
Yes.
Its collection, its mini games, its endless Fever mode. And also, I'd like to mention some of the collections that you get are actual parodies of movies, like movie parodies with the characters of Puyo Puyo Fever 2. Like, are you familiar? I know you're not a movie person, but are you familiar with Jaws?
The Jaws movie, the shark movie?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so to give you an idea, the movie poster of Jaws is basically the shark coming from below the sea, and a female victim, the first victim of the movie, appearing in a swimming position at the top. In Puyo Puyo Fever 2, Baldanders is the shark at the bottom, and Rafina is the female victim at the top. So it's literally a straight-up parody of the Jaws film poster. I mean, I wish I can pull up gameplay pics right now to show you like each of those scenes, but you're one, we're doing a review right now, and two, I know you're not into movies. But
wait a minute. I think I've saw that. I've done it once.
oh yeah, and there were other ones too, like Kozure Franken were doing a parody of E.T. the Extraterrestrial. And another one was Klug and Rafina doing a Star Wars parody. Another one was Butler, Otomo, and Sakana Oji doing a Free Willy poster parody.
Yeah.
Just stuff like that are just incredibly silly, but they're brilliant at the same time.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
now,
man.
the second thing about the subpar quality that we have here is really just the question about whether, like, the impact that the item features bring to the whole game. Because some people say that it does defeat the purpose of doing competitive Puyo Puyo games.
True.
I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah. And yeah, also, yeah. About that, you know that fever, like the fever cane, right?
Yeah?
Yeah, the fever cane, yeah. It's not always gonna be guaranteed that your opponent will agree you're allowed to get an automatic fever start. No, it's not guaranteed.
Exactly.
And like sometimes you have that, you know, that sack of like, you know, the small sack and then the big sack where you can just start off like with like you can do 5 to 6 chains. You're not gonna guarantee to. You're still not gonna guarantee to be able to win because you know, like even I had back then. Even I try to buy items, I'm still not guaranteed to win.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very mixed, but at the same time, you can still play the game and have a fun experience even with or without the items. And then number 3 for this one, I'd like to show you. I sent you a link to the promotional commercial for this game. And
oh yeah, I've seen this already a long time ago.
Yeah, so this game is a masterpiece and a hidden gem by all means. And when I say hidden gem, this game unfortunately did not sell very well at all. Like, it wasn't Chronicle level. It didn't bomb. Like, it wasn't Chronicle level, Puyo Puyo Chronicle levels. But this thing did not sell very well in public. It was it was critically acclaimed, but unfortunately it bombed in terms of its commercial performance, which is most likely why it never got released overseas.
Yeah.
And a lot of people say that the main reason that contributed to why it flopped so hard is to why it flopped so badly is this commercial that I just sent you.
Yeah, the Puyo Puyo Choo Choo Puyo
Puyo Puyo Choo Choo.
Yeah.
So
that was actually pretty funny. That's actually a very funny commercial.
No, it was funny, but it did leave a lot of uncanny vibes, to having random families kissing a Puyo like that a bunch of times. To the point where it kind of ruined the image of the game. Like, say, if there's gonna be atmosphere like that going on in this game, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, they don't feel comfortable with that type of like commercial.
Yeah, so unfortunately it bombed in Japan, but it was still it bombed commercially in Japan, but it's still it's still considered a masterpiece by many. So this deserves to be on like the Hall of Fame of the King of Gems for the Puyo Puyo franchise. Now with that being said, what is on board for number 2 and number 1?
Man, I gotta say, 2 is by far one of my personal favorite.
Yes. Let's see, when the worst thing about a game is the commercial is a good game. Yeah. But yes, 2 we're kind of getting short, so I might as well go ahead and announce what the second number 2 and number 1 picks are. Number 2 best is Puyo Puyo 20th Anniversary.
Yes.
This game is considered a number one cult favorite by thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of modern Puyo Puyo fans, and it's pretty clear why.
Yeah.
This is the game that defined the official standards for the new modern day Puyo Puyo in terms of art style, animation, coding, coloring, aesthetics, atmosphere, control scheme, and welcoming environment.
Correct. They even modern Puyo. They even introduced like the crew from Puyo Puyo 7, basically like Ringo, Ekolo, Maguro, and then etc. from Puyo Puyo 7 with refined model for them, which is very nice because in Puyo Puyo 7, Ringo's model and the rest of the other models are not too shaped, if you get my gist.
Yeah, basically their animation and character design styles have really improved since. And that's actually mainly because the art direction, ever since Puyo Puyo 7 happened, the art direction has actually completely altered to a completely different person. Instead of Nino, who did the animation for Puyo Puyo Fever 2 and 15th Anniversary, it was changed after 7. Like not just the animation style, but the direction. Like, the person in charge.
Yes.
I mean, we'll get to 7 a little later on, but for right now, 20th anniversary. This is the one that defines the new standard.
Yes.
This is the official new standard of animation.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, of course, like powered up characters, animation, soundtracks, controls, spectacular all around. First of all, powered up the characters. Yeah, the characters very awesome. Some of the I think the only one from Compile is I don't know if I'm not mistaken, right?
Well, actually, the Compile characters are actually Arude, Shezo, Rulu, obviously, because they're the Monogatari cast. Satan, let's see, Satan, Dorako. Yep, Dorako.
Yeah,
let's not forget my girl, Dorako. My girl.
I think Ruru.
I said Ruru.
Carbuncle.
Yeah, after 7, they actually brought Carbuncle back as a playable character.
Yes.
I'm glad that they did that.
Yes. And then they add, of course they have, if I'm mistaken, Satan wearing Carbuncle Carbuncle One Piece.
What?
Carbuncle One Piece.
The Carbuncle outfit Satan was a riot. I don't think I've ever laughed so hard, like, with a version of Satan like this before. Like,
yeah.
Satan was one of my favorite villains. One of my favorite childhood antagonists as a. He's one of my absolute favorite childhood antagonists from when I was a kid. And he used to make me giggle with his narcissistic personality and the slapstick hijinks that would result from his own self-indulgence.
Yeah.
But this game,
has taken it far more different than we thought.
Okay, his death screams are hilarious. Like, without the carbuncles, like, in his normal attire, he'll, like, from light attacks, he'll go, attack!
This one right here.
Wait, like, hang on. So, he'll go from lightly, attack! And then when he's hit by a heavy amount of Ojama Puyos, he's like, Bagag! Bagag! And then when you've got the carbuncle suit, he'll go from attack! And then his death animation is... What the hell is that?
Feels like he's about to throw up.
What? Like, we went from Bagag to sounding like a chicken. To freaking
Throwing up noises.
What is that noise?
It's basically throwing up noises. What the heck?
That's the silliest voice I've ever heard from Satan. This is why he's one of my favorite villains. He's just so goofy and narcissistic.
Oh my goodness. Other than this one, not Satan, we have Black Sig. Yeah, the alternate for the Amity crew, the Prim crew. The Prim Town, the Amity crew. We have the Black Sig, which looks really cool, by the way.
He does.
And then what was it again? Was it what was Amity's alternate name?
Aka Amity.
Amity, yes.
Basically red Amity, and we also have white Feli.
Yeah, I think, was it Shirofeli?
Shiroferi, yes.
Yes, we have Shirofeli as well, yeah.
Shiroferi.
And then, Kluke's alternate is Ayashi Kruger!
Yep, they brought him back!
Yes, my favorite antagonist!
And not to mention a human of course the humanoid, not Ayashi, but like, what was it? Ekoro da na.
That's for Ringo's thing, but first, about Ayashi Kruger. He has new quotes! He has new quotes!
Shirugai.
Waga Yamio! He has new quotes! Yes!
後悔するとこの程度
また通じられるのか
Oh my god. And also the again, the death animations for freaking Satan though. God.
Oh,
and then
goodness.
there's humanoid. Then there's the overall goofy nature that is the humanoid Ekoro.
Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Of course, we also have the Puyo Puyo 7 crew, basically Ringo's friends. And then the antagonist for that is Ekolo.
Yep.
Yes. And then they have humanoid Ekolo. So first of all, which is kind of whack in a sense because his getting hit animation is he's wiggling around.
It's funny. Like even when he does his imitation attack. Imitation. He just bounces sideways. It's funny. He just jiggles his body around. It's funny.
Oh my god.
Kawata.
Yeah.
Kawata Ekoro. That's his name. Kawata Ekoro.
Yeah, Kawata Ekoro.
Sa, do shitarai?
Yeah. So yeah, the only way to get those alternate characters. Yeah, the only way to get those powered up alternate characters is going to the shop. You can buy all of them except one at the shop. Because, you can buy Amity's alternate, Sigu, Satan, Feli, Kurugu. Yeah, only those 5 can be shop obtained easily. But for Kawata Ekoro is, also shop, but it's in the gacha kind of thing.
Yeah, you gotta talk to Popoi a bunch of. You basically gotta spam the talk. You gotta basically spam the talk and advice button with Popoi. To talk with Popoi a lot. You basically have to keep talking to Popoi until you unlock it.
Yes.
But trust me, it's worth it. Kawata Ekoro's animation is very funny.
And if I'm not mistaken, do they also have alternate voices?
Yes, they do for each of the characters. Like Ekoro, Ringo, Ruru, Sig, Amity, Shazo, Dorako,
and etc. etc.
Yes.
My goodness.
And
the soundtrack. the soundtrack.
That basically served another. That basically was another standard staple too for later on. That actually became the basis for this, like a basis for the themes that they would play for each of the characters in future games, like Puyo Puyo Tetris, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, Puyo Puyo Chronicle, and of course the vocal tracks for each of the characters were literally all of the the original voice cast for the characters came back and did the songs
And
covered them themselves.
Yeah, but in this game, my personal favorite is, it has to be Ringo's theme. Ringo's theme is my favorite.
And not to mention, they also bring back Puyo Puyo no Uta from Puyo Puyo 7 in like a pixelated version. It's just beautiful.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait, did they also have Ayase Kurugu's theme here?
I think they did.
That is by far my favorite battle theme.
Gosh. Have to decide what mine is. But anyway, God. Another thing I'd like to point out about another high plus point for 20th anniversary. It's pretty obvious. It's no contest that Puyo Puyo Fever 2 has the absolute best and well-written story in the entire franchise, even like since Mado Monogatari for the Sega Saturn. But what really stands out about Puyo Puyo 20th anniversary is that while it does have its plot, it has that same standard of, you know, being simple, but also well-rounded and focusing completely on the characters to the point where it's not too distracting, where it feels like it's just there and gone. And the cutscenes, I will have to say, while Fever 2 has the best story, the cutscenes and the stories for 20th anniversary are absolutely hilarious.
Yes.
I have never
much more improved, by the way, much more improved.
Like I remember specifically in high school watching the show, like watching the cutscenes back to back and just laughing uncontrollably with Miyazaki.
Oh my god! Like one of the one that really gives me the giggles. I can only think of two people that I can think of. Is the Lemurs and Sizzle.
Oh no!
And the Kurugu's like drum thing.
That was okay. I used to watch the Lemurus cutscenes with my sisters when I was in high school. Before I moved over to the States, and we burst into laughter at the famous Lemurus scene and like the famous Lemurus Shezo scene at the final chapter of his story. Like where
this
he's
one
just,
right here.
Yeah, where he. Even when I was in the States, when I was playing with fellow Puyo fans, like, because I actually had another friend over there who was also quite a hell of a Puyo fan, and he could not stop giggling at that one particular cutscene to the point where he would imitate it. And where we would imitate it together, and it's... Yeah, okay, for those of you who don't know, so Lemurus' story focuses on Lemurus going on a very strict self-reliant training course where he has to go for a certain amount of time without the reliance and need for no sweets, no reliance of sweets whatsoever, because those are his original source of power. But unfortunately, it takes negative effects on him, and his energy is super depleted. He's very weary, and he starts losing his function abilities. And it even leads to certain parts, like to delusions, where say he mistakes Donguri Gairu for a melon ball, to the point where he almost eats him.
Yeah. And then this one right here with Sizzle.
And then it leads on later on to the ultimate conclusion where he's drawn in by the sweet smell of a wedding cake that Shezo just so happened to have made within his cave. And then the way Lemurus freaks out is probably one of the funniest probably like one of the absolute funniest Puyo Puyo moments I have ever seen in the entire franchise. Like, it's almost to the point where I can potentially make, like, a top 5 funniest Puyo Puyo skits list.
Like, if that's not funny, you should have seen Drunk Kluk went up a Drunk Kluk.
Now, just let's stay with the Lemurs one real quick, cause like right here, it's just cakey, 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 cakey. God damn it! I'm sorry, I can't just. The performance is just gold. It's the execution is just so funny. Yami no madoshi ga tsukutta keiki. Huh?
Oh
You know what?
my god.
You know what? How about this? Here's a special present for me. I'm gonna reenact that entire scene right here.
Oh god.
自分の才能が怖い。ぼーっとしてたらいつの間にかウェディングケーキを焼いてしまった。紅茶でも入れて食べるとするか。この甘い匂い。ってなんだお前は。あ、水星の魔導士。闇の魔導士が作ったケーキ。は？ケーキ？ケーキ？ケーキ？ケーキ？ケーキ？ケーキ？ケーキ？ケーキ？ケーキ？うわー
Oh my god, bro.
That is the funniest scene I've ever seen. That is probably the funniest cutscene I've ever seen in a Puyo Puyo game. Oh. And then, yes, as... oh my god.
As I mentioned, the drunk Kluk.
I can't stop laughing. And then there's Klug's story, where he finds a potion for that witch just so happened to leave by the entrance of Primptown Magic School, and after deciding,
we also forgot to mention witch in the roster thing.
Witch was added into the roster because she's also the most popular character in the entire franchise too, so that received a lot of critical acclaim. But yeah, he drinks it and he literally gets wasted and drunk his entire episode.
Yeah, and not only Kluk, Rideru also drank it.
Reader's also inebriated. So yeah, Reader's also inebriated in this game too. Like,
oh my goodness.
Not only
Kurugu and the drunk Kluk scene with Akoro Sensei.
Oh my god. So yeah, the downsides with the potion is obviously he gets drunk his entire episode, but literally for every scene he experiences different symptoms. Like first time when he starts getting wasted, when he starts getting drunk, he starts feeling a sensation of comfort. To the next episode next one with Rafina, he starts getting ticklish and laughter, funny. Third one, he starts getting sad. Fourth one, he starts talking like an old man, like an out of date old generation, like a previous generation old man. Fifth one, anger. The sixth one, increased body temperature. Seventh one, pride and arrogance. And eighth, just, giddy inebriated humor. Akoro sensei! Yay! Peace!
Oh.
Peace! Go. Okay, Clue, go drunk, you're home.
Oh my god. That part itself is that part where with Akoro Sensei, it kind of looks yabai in a sense.
Well, technically, she doused him with a rod. She basically kept dousing him with her rod. I mean, that's technically...
No, before that. Before the battle.
そんな Ah! What? Just Mr. Cord trying to put him to her senses? His senses?
No! Yeah, I'm going to trying to get it back into his senses, but the quotes that Kuruk said was too... I couldn't say it was... Oh, yabai. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know why I remembered this, but... Do you remember that Kuru was drunk that he took off his clothes?
And Felly's story, he literally got so much increased body temperature that he went off screen and he literally just stripped of himself was right out of his clothes. And Felly was just completely embarrassed.
Felly saw it. Oh no.
And even after the match, he even suggested that if she started getting increased body temperature, he even suggested that she took off her clothes too.
Oh no.
That was hilarious.
That was your bye.
じっくり見てみたいんですよ。
Oh my god.
コール先生、目をパッチリ開けてみて。Yeah, oh yeah, basically telling Mr. Cord to open her eyes. じっくり見たいんですよ。That's basically what he said at the beginning of his cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah, curiosity is good, but this is totally uncalled for.
Definitely uncalled for.
I mean, technically this is underage. Yeah, it's underage drinking.
Yeah, totally uncalled for.
And then there's Draco's story.
Oh yeah.
I love Draco, but literally her entire story, it plays like a Looney Tunes cartoon.
It's just her thought everything is a Bisojo contest.
Like, basically her story is that Arl just came back from a shocking experience witnessing a very flashy swimsuit. A very flashy swimsuit. And...
Yes.
And also...
Oh my god.
But yeah, before Arl can even finish her sentence on what the swimsuit was, Draco immediately went into delusion and said that she wants the suit. So she decides not to listen to let Arl finish her sentence on what she had to say, and she goes off on a journey to the beach in order to find the suit. But after defeating Arl in a Puyo match, the first thing that happens is that she ends up taking a wrong turn and literally falls down a cliff. So, again, this story has Looney Tunes vibes.
Yeah.
And next skit, she accidentally lands on top of Dongurigairu, which pisses him off. And after the match, she tries going across a very fast-flowing river, walking on a log, but Dongurigairu is still mad, so he charges right at her, knocks her right in the back, and pushes her right into the water. She just
goes everywhere. She just goes everywhere.
Yeah, and she's washed all the way, and she finally manages to make herself, get herself out of the water before she's taken into a waterfall. And she finds and she's freezing cold from the water, obviously, because, water on fire is lethal. And she sees a series of scattered papers on the ground, and she decides to make a bonfire out of it, only to realize that it was actually a very dedicated ant excavation research project that Witch has been working on. So naturally that pisses her off. And after the battle, she goes towards the beach again and accidentally falls into a hole. And
evidently, Looney Tunes all around.
She lands on her tail inside Shezo's cave. Like, right on Shezo's cave. And and conveniently right next to her tail is completely bruised. So she decides to wash it off with some very clean water. And as she does so, Shezo lets off this very over-the-top, high-pitched scream, which is hilarious, by the way. Ah! Ah! Shezo's scream is hilarious. Then after she beats Shezo, she takes another wrong turn and then slips on a road of ice, which slides her right out of the cave and lands into a bed of flowers. But unfortunately, unfortunately, those flowers were also raised with the blood and sweat of the Primptown students. But luckily for her, she doesn't fall into like comedic slapstick this time. She asks for directions on where the ocean is at. Miss Accord says to go east, but Draco took a wrong turn and went west instead, leading to Rulu.
Oh god.
And you know what happened?
And then she felt hungry. Yes, she felt hungry at that time.
Yeah, and she found a random and in the crossroads area, she found a random pot of soup. Just lying there.
Yeah.
She tried it and it tasted horrible.
Yeah, that is because that is Ruru's cooking for Satan.
And it was incredibly thick, muddy style thick soup. Doro soup.
Oh.
And she decides to completely destroy it.
Oh my god.
She just completely destroys it.
Yeah, all in all, the story number 3 is absolutely precisely correct. Story is absolutely hilarious. Absolutely.
Yeah,
yeah.
Amazing. And now
Number 4, a game that anybody can enjoy regardless of skill level. Exactly. I forgot to mention this about like Puyo Puyo Fever 2. This also counts for normal Puyo Puyo Fever 1. Is that Puyo Puyo Fever, yeah, they have difficulty spike.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because like at a certain point, the difficulty spike will spike up where your opponent CPU will now do 7 chains instantly.
It's true.
Yeah, that's how the difficulty spike in Fever like got really annoying for some people.
Yeah, so that's why you can make the argument that Fever 2 is definitely more geared towards like more expert Puyo players and puzzle players in general. But the thing that really makes Puyo Puyo 20th Anniversary one of the more definitive charms is obviously the stories and cutscenes are hilarious. The gameplay's amazing. The available modes are gorgeous. Visuals are amazing, but it also has that environment where anybody, literally anybody, can play and enjoy themselves in the purest of form, regardless of their skill level. You can be a casual gamer, you can be a casual Puyo player, but you can also be an expert at the same time and still have yourself a great, enjoyable experience, where you don't have to feel guilty about not being as good or maybe being too good.
Correct. And then a lot more game modes. They have like returning games from compile games like Puyo Puyo Sun.
Yes! I mean, yeah, Puyo Puyo Sun was definitely another mixed mode, but it was still a fan favorite. It was still considered a fan favorite by many. And 20th Anniversary did a great job of, giving a fun environment even for fans.
Mm-hmm. And then they also, what was it again? Flow? If I'm not mistaken? Was it Flow?
Oh, Fusha.
Yeah, Fusha. Yeah, Fusha was actually another fun one where you just like either you drop, make a chain, but then your Puyo still continuously drop, and then you keep on chaining. Infinite chains was actually really fun, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, that wasn't Fusha, my bad.
Yeah, I think it was Furo.
That was Flow.
Yeah, it is Flow.
You
It
can
was
say
actually a really fun one. I'm not gonna lie.
that was.
Yeah, and then yeah, what else? There was a block, but that's gonna be in the flaw. Yeah, in the flaw category later. What was it? They have the new modes from 7. The Henshin mode. This one.
Oh my god, yes. Well, wait a minute. Technically, Henshin was only exclusive to Puyo Puyo 1, like Puyo Puyo 7, but they did have the Chibi Puyo. They did have Chibi Puyo Fiba and Deka Puyo.
Yeah, but they have the Henshin theme song
Playing in the background, yes. Dun,
Yes.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun,
I promise you,
dun.
I will never call it like Dekai or Chibi Puyo. No, I will always call this mode Henshin mode.
Yeah, and speaking of, I mean, this game actually did, while it's not on par with, like, Fever 2 or 15th, it still has a good Fever theme song, too.
Yeah, they have their own Fever music, but they also have pair mode.
Yes.
But here's the pair mode thing. Yeah, where you can combine powers and then destroy your opponent with a lot of Jamapuyo. But the one thing that not many people know, that if you make a chain with your partner at the exact same time, at the same pattern kind of thing, they will play the Fever theme from 15th anniversary.
Yes.
Many people do not know.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
And
so
then-
basically, if you sync with your partner, you can like drop the same Puyo at the exact same time, combo exact same chain. They will play the Fever theme from 15th anniversary, and you will deal double damage to your opponent.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man. Oh boy. Yeah, this game is definitely definitely its own unique. Definitely a high level, like definitely like right on the top in terms of like Hall of Fame and like somewhat the best. This is the model on how you do like a modern day Puyo Puyo game.
Exactly.
Now, the only the flaws that I do have for this game are pretty short. I mean,
Yeah.
there were some complaints about like some of the parts of the story mode, but
Oh. I don't usually play any Wi-Fi system because back in the day, I don't usually play with Wi-Fi, honestly. Yeah, because if you're in Indonesia like me, playing games like that don't require any Wi-Fi at all. We don't play Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I getcha.
Yeah, but for my flaw, honestly, is one of the game mode, the block mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the flaw that I have. The block mode is basically an obstacle for like chain words. It's not good, it's not fun, but at least it's not as worse as 15th Anniversary's underwater mode.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the worst modes ever made.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot to mention there's the roulette mode.
Roulette mode! Oh yeah.
It was kind of random, honestly.
ルーレットモードはまあある意味楽しみはあったんだけど、楽しいところもあったんだけど。
Yeah, all in all though, for me, that's the only bad quality I have, just the block mode.
But yeah, other than that, this game is truly a gem. And
It was fantastic.
I have no regrets, no second thoughts about putting it on the number 2 spot. Now, with a game this good, you're probably wondering, gee, I wonder what's on the number 1 spot for Puyo Puyo.
Hold on. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me try and guess.
Do we want to guess on this one?
Like, I would actually want to guess this one because so let's see here. It's not Super Puyo Puyo 2. I don't know. It might not be Super Puyo Puyo 2, but is it the Puyo Puyo game that I've played before on my channel?
You could say that.
Okay, hold on a minute. I might need to check. Hold on.
あれぐらいは言えると思うけどな。
You said it could be. I was like expecting like a yes or no kind of thing.
Well, keep in mind this is the #1 pick on the top 10 on the top 5 best. So
Right.
this has obviously got to get some sort of dramatic feel.
Yeah. Okay, you know what? Go big or go home. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2.
それでは早速ベスト一覧ぷよぷよのタイトル作品ベスト1位をご紹介したいと思います。And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, the #1 best Puyo Puyo game on this list is 3、2、1 Puyo Puyo 2!
What? It was my first guess that I said Puyo Puyo 2.
You said one of the ports. Super Puyo
Oh
Puyo 2.
yeah. Oh yeah, I said Super Puyo Puyo 2.
This is Puyo Puyo 2 as a whole. It's,
Yeah.
When it comes to this franchise, it's really no competition. There's really no other game. There's really no other game in the franchise that set the grounds for the entirety of for the standards of the entirety of the franchise, regardless of any generation, than what Puyo Puyo 2 did. Puyo Puyo 1 was the one that set up the ground for establishing it as a spin-off series for Mado Monogatari. But like Puyo Puyo 1 was the one that established it as popular and introduced the characters in that whole puzzle setting. But Puyo Puyo 2 is the one that established it as a game where you can really utilize your puzzle tactics skill, like your puzzle solving, like combination skills to to competition level by introducing the contest feature, the new setting where the whole tower setting, which literally, let me remind you, serves as a very common basis for the Mado Monogatari games.
Oh my god, Shizo.
I know. Like, keep in mind, a lot of the Mado Monogatari games took place in a tower. So literally having...
What the heck, Satan?
I'll get to that later, but just let me explain like why this is... You know what? Go ahead. Check out the cutscenes.
Oh, what the heck is this style? I saw just now. This thing. Carbon was like,
The timing of that cutscene.
oh my goodness.
あらら、ちょっと待って。
Oh, guess that was not. I guess that was not on loop.
There we go.
There we go. But yeah, I gotta say one thing though. I'm glad about Puyo Puyo 2 than Puyo Puyo 1 because they have a Ojama Puyo counter system.
Yep. This is the game where it started. The counter system was created, and Puyo Puyo, and this game, Puyo Puyo was officially established as a very high tension, interactive, and also very respectful homage to its Mado Monogatari origins, but as a competitive video game that you can perform in esports and compete against other people with your own skills. Thanks to this game, we've got so many other titles now. Puyo Puyo San, Puyo Puyon, Puyo Puyo Box, and all of the modern Sega games that we have today. This is the game that defined it all. Great gameplay, the Monogatari characters that we all grew up and knew to love, that started out their glory in Puyo Puyo 1, and helped you become a great player. And this is the biggest. This is Compile's also most successful game to date, naturally. Therefore,
Yes.
and it became the biggest cult phenomenon of the mid '90s, as a national popular game. Therefore, it was released on so many countless amount of other ports, like PC. Like, it was first released in the arcades in 1994, in late September. No one knows when exactly, but immediately followed by the Mega Drive version, and like the Mega Drive version, which was mostly based off the arcades, and then other ports like Super Famicom, Game Gear, Sega Saturn, PlayStation 2, on all sorts of consoles. Like, it's literally playable on every single platform that you can find nowadays. It's that much of a gem. And not to mention I would also like to say they also do have, in the PlayStation, Sega Saturn, and Super Famicom versions, they actually do have other voice-animated cutscenes as well. Not the Super Famicom version, but more like Sega Saturn and PlayStation. The Sega Saturn and PlayStation versions actually have their own little funny cutscenes that are unique to their ports. Like, from this scene right here with Incubus, there is a scene where, like, literally, Incubus's conversation, like, "Honai naraba Joe-san no," like, what originally as this Incubus, I usually beep and like, literally, it's followed by a bleep noise, followed by tiger roar sound effects, and then followed by elephant trumpet sound effects to censor what he really said in the conversation.
Yeah.
That scene was hilarious, and I legitimately remember watching this with Miyazaki and laughing like crazy at the absurd censored sip sound effects. And the cutscenes are really funny, too. I mean, also all voiced entirely by the Compile staff. Oh god, this scene.
Oh, out of this reaction.
Yeah, okay, so here's how the scene goes. その見た目とそのセリフ、まさかサタンなの？いや、違うな。私はサンタだ。Get it? Satan. Flip the Totten around, like flip the Totten around, and
That
you've got
was
Santa.
dry. That was so dry.
But it's funny though. いや、違うな。私はサンタだ。
Oh my god, that was so dry.
And then there's that scene with that whole scene with Shaza right there. 君はまさしくあの変態魔導士。誰が変態だ？誰が変態だ？君だって俺様、清き正しい闇の魔導士だ。あれは弟なのだよ。本来ならばお嬢さんのピヨしたら、ブーしながら女性の勢力ばったりしたら。Oh my god. And then that scene with Owlbear.
Man. Yikes.
God, that scene. I remember laughing.
The zoom out, and the zoom in, and we're gonna fall down. Come on.
Hi, 倒れてくるぞ!
Hey, there we go.
Down.
And this one.
Where just the sign's hentai just falls right on top of his head.
And then he just swats. And then he just swats it all the way. Oh god, and this thing again.
Santa? 私はサンタだ.
Dry, it is so dry.
Gone. なんだ、サタンなんだ.
More like that's not just dry, that's very cold.
もう疲れ、僕はもう疲れたよ。もう帰ろうよ。もう帰ろうか、カー君。カー君、行かないよな。Satan just makes that face and it's like, nope, I'm out of here. Good. It's like, good. もう帰るよ。ああ、面白い。
I just realized something that this was late September 1994.
Yep.
Like, what specific date of late September?
No one knows. It was released on the arcades. Its very first release out in public was in the arcades, and no one knows when the exact date was. The next, it was then released on the Mega Drive, just like Puyo Puyo 1 later on. About a couple months later.
I thought for a second, like, the specific date for late September would be like, I don't know, like, specific date. September 22nd, if you know what that means.
Your birthday.
Yeah.
Nah, but yeah, arcade releases they didn't exactly have, like, a general date. I tried looking it up, but it just only said... It only said like 1994年1994年9月下旬
Yeah.
That's it. Hentai? But yeah, it's really good with the comedy, but yeah, it's #1 on the list for establishing the foundation and for creating the Puyo Puyo series to date as the big, as a competitive video game and a place where literally anybody can enjoy, regardless of your skill level. Therefore, it is the absolute best video. It is a masterpiece, considered a masterpiece by many, one of the best video games out there, to be remembered by many, and faithful to the Madou Monogatari, to its Madou Monogatari origins, and is without a doubt the magnum opus of the franchise.
Yeah.
I only have one. There is only one flaw for this game.
One flaw. Oh, yeah.
The hidden boss system. 隠しボスの出現があんまり低い確率で解禁する形が多いから。
Yeah. It's gacha, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not really gacha. It's more on the lines that you basically have to defeat all of the enemies on the tower with little ascension points left. So in other words, you have to get as little points as you can and defeat all of the characters on said floor. And if you don't have enough, then the extra boss will open up. You know what I mean?
But wait, who's the extra boss again?
For the first one, let's see, the first one, I remember it was... Cockatrice. Cockatrice is the first one. And let's see, I think Cockatrice, oh wait. Wait a minute, no, Cockatrice didn't appear until, Cockatrice, Lycanthrope didn't appear until the Sega Saturn and PlayStation ports. Dragon and Zoldaimal. They were the extra ones. Oh, and Owlbear. So Owlbear, Zoldaimal, and Dragon.
Okay.
Also Satan's face.
Kaku's like, nope.
So yeah, that's it. That's my picks for the top 5 best and worst Puyo Puyo games. So yeah, what'd you guys think? What did you think, Pao?
I think that, in my personal opinion, the best, in my opinion, well, in my own perspective, has to be Puyo Puyo Fever 2.
Fever 2 is without a doubt a magnum opus. Best story, good gameplay, amazing gameplay, great character stories, great job at setting up a new environment. But it's definitely more focused on. Like, definitely more geared towards professional players. And
Like me.
yeah, and the story in itself.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I put Puyo Puyo 2 on the list is because it's the one that established the ground as a competitive puzzle game franchise,
Correct.
with all of its features combined, and its faithfulness to Mado Monogatari. And not to mention the story is funny, too. I mean, wait till you get to, like, the Sega Saturn and PlayStation cutscenes.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I gotta say, my personal favorite would be Puyo Puyo Viva 2, and then my, the least best in this one that I think would be, yeah, Super Nazo Puyo.
Yeah, I mean, Super Nazo Puyo, I will say, like, it's basically a great tool to help you out. It's a great tool to help you out with getting the basics of, like, the mindset of making high-level change and problem-solving. And it's very creative on how they do it, too.
Yeah.
So yeah, without a doubt, I really have to say, too. Puyo Puyo 2! God, the bleeping cutscenes in Incubus's cutscene is amazing, and the Satan humor.
Oh my god. Yeah, that is it.
Now, before we end the stream tonight, I'd like to talk about the candidates that were actually considered for the stream. The ones that weren't able to make the list for tonight were Puyo Puyo 7, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, Puyo Puyo San, and the first Puyo Puyo.
And Puyo Puyo Fever 1.
And Puyo Puyo Fever 1. So let's kind of briefly talk about, like, why. So, Puyo Puyo Fever 1 was good, but a lot of people were very skeeved out by the new format, which is fair considering, you know, its original style back then. But then again, Sega did a pretty good job in, you know, creating a new, you know, establishing new grounds for them.
Yeah.
And it introduced,
Yeah, the new Fever mode.
And introducing introducing us to the Primtown crew.
And then having Aruru being like that, like, semi-final boss character.
Yeah, not a lot of people were really into that.
Yeah. And also, the one that people might also, like, have trouble with it, because just like I said before, Puyo Puyo Fever has that difficulty spike.
Yeah, it does. So it's not like it's just not the most accessible. I didn't put it on the list mainly because Fever 2 is the one that really established it as a unique universe and adapted a lot from it. Like, it's not bad, it's still good, it's just kind of excluded in a good way to start off the franchise. Now, Puyo Puyo 7. Now, this one was tricky. Because Puyo Puyo 7's story, this was another mixer. It's still good, but a couple of fans were disappointed by the outcome. But I was tempted to put it at the bottom of the worst list, mainly because of its story. But there were so many qualities that really don't warrant it for being on the worst list in comparison to, like, say, Tetris or Box. The music is really good. Ringo's a decent character. There was just some questions and speculations on whether it was appropriate or necessary to have the new setting take place in the real world, like in modern day Japan and other parts of the world. And there were some notes. There were some notes of inconsistency between the characters, like, say, why, like, particularly towards the Madol characters. Like, you know how one of Arl's quirk is that she literally 375 days in a year, she wears the same clothes all the time? Yet, for some unexplained reason no reason whatsoever, she's suddenly in the human world with Ringo in a middle school outfit.
All of them. It's not only Aruru's like crew got not only Aruru but also like Amity and the Amity's like friends got like those outfits as well for Ringo's school.
Yes. Well, I mean, it makes sense for like the other characters. It just kind of goes against Arl's character, you know?
Yeah.
That was never her thing. She never changed her outfit, and she made that specifically clear in Puyo Puyo 2.
Mm-hmm.
So, some would kind of make the assumption that's kind of against her character. And there's also points of like inconsistency between the original Puyo Puyo aesthetic, because you know how in Henshin for Chibi Puyo it shows the characters in their past forms?
Yeah, they're like they're kindergarten forms.
Yeah, because a lot of us in the compile era did grow up with a lot of the Madou Monogatari games where it showed Arl and Shezo in their kindergarten attires. And what they were shown in Puyo Puyo 7 was far off from close from what the compile era was. She did not look like that. Yeah, she did not. She and Shezo did not have that kind of attire when they were in the compile era.
Yeah, because I do remember. Yeah, Shezo had that white robe, but this one had his original purple robe.
Yeah, I mean, at least they had Satan's attire in.
Yeah. Man, yeah.
Cure Happy gave us another good point. 7 gave us a good antagonist, at least with a gimmick I was mixed on at least. Yeah, Ekolo was fun. And also, if I were to put this on best or worst list, the good qualities are definitely the original music. And 1, the character of Dark Arl.
Oh yeah.
That was interesting. Dark Arl was very
that was cool.
Good. That was very cool.
Yeah, and not only Dark Arl, but Evil Carbuncle.
Yes, Evil Carbuncle at her side. That was unexpected. And yeah, we find out later on it's Ekolo possessing her body. But still, Ekolo is a good antagonist. I mean, he's just a character that just wants to create fun, even if it means destroying like a whole dimension.
Yeah.
But he's not doing it under malicious intentions. He's just like a traveling little boy, like a traveling little child that just wants to have fun and make something interesting.
Yeah.
And he's not really hell bent on like plans either. Like even if it fails in the end, he still says, "That was fun. I'll see you next time." That also does remind me. Yeah, that also does remind me. There were also some innuendo moments, like even for Puyo Puyo standards, that made people question whether Settle A was the most appropriate rating for this game. like for instance, Ekolo. Like after he broke his possession from Arl. He once said to Ringo later on, "Kondo wa kimi no karada de asobasete yo." You know what that means. "Kimi no karada de asobasete yo." Let me play with your body.
Yeah, that sounded way wrong in specific context.
And then there was one more scene involving Amity and Shezo. Like, literally, like, one scene with Amity and Shezo is like, "Sanin de?" Like, "Sanin de?" The three of us? Which was highly suggestive.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were definitely moments that pushed the bar.
Yeah,
but
that
it's
was
still,
absolutely yabai.
But it's still a good game, though. The music, the original music, the music's completely original. It fits the standards of the high tension. It gave us a good protagonist, you know, with all the Deadpool-style fourth wall breaking. Like, kind of where she's like a sort of a smart girl, but also kind of a slight Deadpool when it comes to, like, fourth wall breaking jokes. Interesting setting. Now, I will say that there is a lot of, like, plot points that come in and just fade out real fast.
Yeah.
For its large scale, mainly because it is a large scale story. But they just a lot of the plot points just come in and then come out. That's really the flaw I can say about the story. But it's really not. But with all said and done, I couldn't really put it up. I really can't say that it's warranted on being on the worst list, but I can't really, in comparison to, like, the others, it's kind of outnumbered by some of the other better ones, too. You know?
Yeah.
And then the other ones we got are, let's see, we talked
Oh,
about...
yeah. Oh, yeah, I completely forgot that, yeah, Kurutsu Henshin. Like, of course, the chibi will turn Kurugu to Chibi Kurugu. But, yeah,
Oh, God.
when you become Dekai, it's either could become like a adult. Yeah, first of all, there's a 2 version of adult Cook. 2 version. One is the normal adult Kurugu, but the other one is Ayashi Kurugu. So it's completely random.
That was awesome. And
I love that.
Inciting a potential dark future for Klug.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fun. And now the other candidate is the first original Puyo Puyo and Puyo Puyo Tetris 2.
Tetris 2. Oh yeah, I also forgot Puyo Puyo Esports.
And Puyo Puyo Esports. Yeah, let's start with that one. I couldn't put it on the list mainly because, well, it fits the category for competition, but that's really it.
Mostly only multiplayer concepts.
Yeah, that's really just it. It wasn't groundbreaking. It just feels kind of excluded in its audience. Like, it feels like it's more geared towards the championship wide.
Yeah, it's more tournament based.
Yeah. I mean, I will give it credit, though, for finally bringing back Lagnus, Harpy, and Sedity as playable characters.
Yeah.
Finally, you know, since Chronicle didn't do that.
And then they added some characters from Quest, if I'm not mistaken.
They did. Quest original characters. Iza, mairimasu! Oh man, Puyo Puyo is such a nostalgia factor. And now, so yeah, that's why I couldn't put it on the list. But and now, I think let's save the original Puyo Puyo for last, and then go next with Puyo Puyo Tetris 2. Now, my impression with Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, it fixed a lot of the problems that Puyo Puyo Tetris 1 had, and it recapped a lot of the same plot points from the first game. Kind of to the point where it almost makes the first one outdated. And I personally don't think that's 100% fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't... another reason why I couldn't put it on the list either is because, A, I haven't completed it just yet, and...
Yeah.
2... I really don't think it's fair to make... yeah, it's... I don't know. Just that whole collaboration aspect, I mean... Still not sure whether it wants to be a Puyo game or if it wants to be a Tetris game with the Puyo Puyo characters on it.
Yeah. But honestly, yeah, in my perspective, that I already 100%ed the game, honestly, it's still a great game though. Especially like the DLC characters, which I am very impressed that they actually have Sonic the Hedgehog as an actual character playable in an entire Puyo Puyo game. This one, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, is the only one who has a playable Sonic.
Yes. And I was really hoping that Sonic would appear as a cameo one day. And they finally did it.
Yes, they not only have Sonic in a Puyo Puyo game, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, they added Sonic songs in the game.
That was awesome. I'm definitely grateful for that as a fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess in terms of like concept and while it's still great and definitely an improvement over the first one, I couldn't exactly put it on the list. It's I'm definitely
honestly, the main thing about Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 that I love is the Sonic in it.
Yeah. All I can just say is imagine Sonic, like, we've got Sonic, Kanemaru Junichi, we've got, of course, Kanemaru Junichi, as always, as in his amazing job as Sonic.
Absolutely.
And I can imagine, like, an alternate voice being, like, what if his alternate voice was the aforementioned Fujimori Sonic?
No.
Hey! Kawaii!
Oh my god.
Fujimori Sonic. It's just what I call him. Sonic voiced by Fujimori Shingo instead of Kanemaru Junichi. I prefer Kanemaru Junichi, but Fujimori Shingo's also amazing.
Nah, I would always go for Kanemaru Junichi all day.
I mean, I would too. We grew up with that. We basically grew up with that voice.
Well, technically, I only grew up with Sonic's Indonesian voice.
Oh, well, yeah, that's right. I mean, that is true, but, like, in terms of, like, your exposure to the Japanese side of it, too, you also grew up with it as well. Like, in addition, you've got both sides, I've got both, well, technically I was more raised with the Japanese side, but you get my drift.
Right, yes.
And now...
Right. Puyo Puyo 1.
Puyo Puyo 1 itself. Let's not forget the game that started it all. Puyo Puyo was the one that brought the popular blob characters from the Mado Monogatari series into a fun little puzzle game. It did a good job setting up the standards. Now, however, I would say that, unfortunately, in terms of systems go, it hasn't aged well. Yeah. Because with Puyo Puyo 2 coming in, we now have the feature where you can counter Puyos.
One does not have counter system.
No. Again, this was when the game... I mean, to be fair, that is when the game was just developed. But... naturally, with the charming characters, fun, you know, and also the introduction of the Manzai demo, which served as the served as the format for the Puyo Puyo, for all of the Puyo Puyo cutscenes. to be set up in a unique way, to come across as like a southwestern Japanese a two-person stand-up comedy show. Because that's actually the reason why the cutscenes are called Manzai Demo instead of, like, movie or demo. It's specifically Manzai Demo. All of the cutscenes in the Puyo Puyo games are staged up two-person at a time to fit the whole Manzai setting, which is basically a two-person stand-up southwestern Japanese-style humor. Where each of the characters bounce their personalities off of one another, make jokes, and just riff off of each other. And Puyo Puyo does it in that exact format, and it did a great job serving it as the main charm for each of the cutscenes, and it's been the standard for the franchise ever since. And while I will admit Puyo Puyo 1 is extremely fast-paced in terms of its cutscenes, it's kind of hard to read. You know? The text goes by very fast, which kind of makes it a little difficult for, like, young readers. Like, from a Japanese elementary school perspective, the text goes very fast. In sort of high-level kanji, but like some kids would be exposed to, but If you want to, like, stop and read, it's kind of difficult to do. It just goes very fast and then goes right into the right into the battle. But then again, the simplicity of the setting is what makes it such a great charm. The music is classic. The music is absolutely classic. The characters are fun to watch and be around. And Satan is a fun villain. We also got final of Puyo Puyo as well, which is a really good final boss theme. And yes, the story is completely pointless, but like it knows it though. The game knows, like, you can tell that the game knows that the characters are already going to be fun, and the characters are fun, the gameplay is fun, and there's just so much joy around it. And thrilled to the actual journey itself of going to each of the levels and meeting the characters as you advance, to the point where you just don't care. Even if it doesn't have a purpose, as long as you had fun, that's really what matters, and that's actually what makes the main charm of Puyo Puyo. Puyo Puyo 2 took it to the next level and made the new standards as a competitive game. But it's thanks to Puyo Puyo 1 that we got this masterpiece right on our screen.
Yep.
So, with that being said, that is it. That is our review for the top 5 best and worst Puyo Puyo games. That was fun.
All of good stuff.
いやー、楽しかった。まあ、ほとんどよく喋ってたんだ、よく喋ってたんだよな、今日。ぷよぷよタイトルのベスト、ワースト5選の、ワースト5選の披露動画は、披露配信はこれにて終了とさせていただきたいと思います。最後までご視聴いただき、誠にお気にお気にです。もしよろしければ、大変長らく配信時間を経過させていただきましたが、おかげで、ようやく大学時代からずっと夢に思ってた企画の実現をさせていただくことができましたので、数えきれないほどの満足感なんだよ。だから今日もってお気にでーす。はい、よかったね。もう俺はもしかしたら先ほどいただいたコメントの方からこの配信をね、配信自体のみならずこちらの先ほど披露してた紹介してたベストワーストの作品を中心にそれを全部取材にして動画としてのまとめにしようかなというふうに思っておりますので、例えば日本語字幕つけ日本語で解説していろんな言語の言葉にいろんな言語に訳したりするような、企画を作ろうかなというふうにちょっと考えておりますので、もし見たいという形で見たいという気持ちであれば、ぜひともコメントの方にそう伝えさせていただければYouTube として非常に嬉しい限りです。よかったらよろしくお願いいたします。この配信がよろしければグッドボタンと登録ボタンもポチッとよろしくお願いいたします。次回、今週の配信活動のスケジュールを、朝一からちょっと見極めて、Discord の方に投稿させていただきますので、ご期待のほど、引き続きのご支援のほどよろしくお願いいたします。じゃあ、終わりの挨拶はこれで以上となりますが、次はパパくんからお言葉いただきまして、その説明の英語版に移りたいなと思います。はい、そうだな。まず自分の英語の解説からパオくんの言葉にしようかな。Thank you all so much for watching this stream. I really appreciate it. And this has been a particular project that I have been waiting to put in the works for since college. I wanted to make this list a long time ago, and I'm very glad that I can put it to the big screen like this. Now, at this time, I would like to take this moment to get your guys' opinions on this. Like, what did you think of the overall stream so far? What do you think could have been done differently? What do you think were the best parts? And if you would you guys like to see this as a potential long video? You know, showing each of the lists, you know, explained differently? Please let me know in the comment section. Let me know if you would like to see another, and also if you have ideas on what best worst lists I can do later on, please let me know. And I'd be happy to do another one of these. Let me know if you would rather have me do them in video form or stream form. And I'd be happy to take them on. So if you enjoyed the stream, be sure to hit that like and subscribe button to be notified for upcoming contents. And I will work on the streaming schedule for this upcoming week coming up here. And I will post it on Discord and YouTube once it's ready. That being said, take it away, pal.
Alright, thanks for watching, ladies and gentlemen. Rush the like and subscribing button to get notified of our coming contents. Yeah, just like what I said, leave in the comment section below in the live chat right now. On your opinion about today's best and worst, what is the best and worst in your opinion? And yeah, let us know what other type of content of the best and worst you want us to cover on next. Yeah, with that being said, thanks very much for watching. We'll see you all next time on the next project.
はーい。改めて最後までご視聴いただいたこと誠にありがとうございました。誠におきにおきです。チャンネル登録、高評価、そう、チャンネル登録、高評価もポチポチポチとよろしくお願いいたします。配信の準備が今度の配信活動の準備ができたら、必ず YouTube とDiscord の方に投稿させていただきますので、よかったらご視聴のほどよろしくお願いいたします。はい、バイバイ、2バイ、さよなら、ビバイ、じゃあねー。
Pao, peace!
バービー